YouTube stream should be up and running, assuming it's connected. Give it a second. Found any more cat toys? No, most of those were under the stove, which I cleaned up pretty, like, in the first 2 weeks I lived here, I think I maybe spent 20 hours cleaning the kitchen. I wasn't super pleased with the move-out cleanup he did. I mean, he cleaned, like, above things, but I do maintain that the previous owner of this apartment had... I made this joke a lot when I first moved in, but single man living alone problems. You know? Like, I think he lived out of a toaster oven. Like, I don't think he used the stove much. And based on the amount of, like, hardened cheese I found in places, I'm pretty sure he lived off of grilled cheese. So, like, yeah, I don't know. I still get his Costco membership catalogs. And, like, Elevator Union Quarterly or whatever. Any suggestions for uses for water reactors? I don't actually use water reactors. I just make a river because it doesn't hurt my frame rate and I find it more consistent. I do, however, need to go close the blinds in the other room because the sun just came out, and when it does that, it reflects off the white building across the street and then through my living room and into this room and off my monitor, and I can't see my monitor. It's like... Praise the sun, but also, God damn it. Wish you did elevators? As somebody who's had to deal with the elevator cartels multiple times, I'm sure from an employment perspective, the elevator unions are great. From somebody who lives in an apartment building perspective, they are a fucking, like, crime syndicate. Because, like, oh yeah, no, your elevator breaks? Okay, cool. So now you have a building that's, like, in my old building, it was, what, 5 floors? Like, a motor went out on a ventilation thing, which was an HVAC fuck-up, and that melted all of the circuitry at the bottom of the elevator. So we needed the elevator guys to come in and check everything and, like, get the elevators working again. And they were like, oh yeah, no, we don't have anybody available. And it's like, okay, well, is there an alternative? Nope, because they're a one-stop shop and they all use proprietary parts, and the other elevator unions don't work on each other's elevators. And nobody's allowed to work on it. So it's like, okay, so you're on an 11-day waiting list. So I lived in a 5-story building for 11 days with no functional elevators, which, on paper, okay, that's fine. Fucking people have kids. And, like, strollers. And there's, like, seniors in the building who can't walk and are in wheelchairs. It's like... I'm sure from an employment perspective, working for elevators is wonderful. But, like, it's great when everything is working and they show up or move out. Oh, yeah. Like, imagine having to move out without an elevator in a tower. Like, just factor that. They can take a shortcut out the window. Yeah, just like, you know, shit, just like grab like a bucket and like Rapunzel that shit out the window. Good outlet you found is making comics, but only so many projects you can work on at a time. Yeah, I know that feeling. Is bad enough moving? Yikes. No, absolutely. Go gadget. About this year's PAX? Nope. You were on the 18th floor of what? Wait, okay, hold on. Like, I think I saw something on, like, social media about this. I swear I saw like a photo and like you mentioning walking up a lot of stairs, but that's all I heard. They tossed stuff off their balcony into a truck that they had parked close to the sidewalk as possible. Okay, you know what, Goose? So down in YouTube chat, Goose says, someone moving out of my building did that recently. They tossed stuff off their balcony into a truck that they had parked close to the sidewalk as possible. That is, like, terrifying, but also, like... That's all I can say. I did that once. I threw a sofa off the third floor of a building. Yeah. And the reason I did that was because that apartment had so many problems, and they screwed me over and tried to sue me. Not because I threw that out. And so I was just mad and wanted to get out as quick as possible, and that sofa was infested with bed bugs. So I literally cut it into 3 pieces with a bow saw and threw it off the balcony. And then went down and grabbed it and threw it in the dumpster, but like... RNG, Ice Blue, thanks for the 35th and 13 months. Chat, in 4 minutes, Twitch has a deal for gifting subs. In 4 minutes. And when Twitch has a deal, I have a deal. So things are going to get interesting. Correct, Cyberdud. Correct. But we did have to walk down them, which if you have walkie joints... No, that is worse. I'd rather walk upstairs than downstairs. My D's didn't bend backwards even once, and you're very proud of them? Oh no, yeah, that sucks. I would just take it really slowly. A deal? Well, sort of, not really. More of like a goofy incentive. So what's happening is at 10 a.m. Pacific, so when the clock rolls to 10, Twitch and Valorant are doing a bonus subscription gifting thingy. So if you gift 5 or more subs, the video game Valorant will pay for a additional subscription to the channel as a gift. The first 50 subscriptions Valorant gifts, I will match. I'm not sure what that is, so maybe I'd have to look it up. Killjoy in YouTube chat, they ask if Canada has an equivalent of 280A. I don't know what 80A is. All I know really about like safety regulations and stuff. Americans with Disabilities Act. Okay. Yes, we do absolutely have an equivalent of that. I wouldn't be able to tell you what it's called. Canada has ADA laws, but yeah, they have a different name. Volunteering as a firefighter, I can tell you seeing inside of an elevator shaft has made me avoid them at all costs. Those things make you nervous. Oh no, absolutely. I'm terrified of elevators. Well, actually, I'm terrified of elevators that are more than like 3 stories. My building currently's elevator doesn't bug me because it's like, it goes up 2 floors to get to my unit. Because I'm on the 4th floor, and the ground floor is the 2nd floor. So I'm kind of okay with that, and I only use it when I have my bike. But it's also like a small enough building that it's like not an issue at all to just run down the stairs. I might survive if nothing bad happens. My older sister got stuck in a elevator recently. Accessible Canada Act, yeah. Okay, sure, yeah, that sounds right. Instead of Americans with Disabilities Act, it's Accessible Canada Act. I have heard ACA before, ACA. I don't dig into that stuff too much, to be honest with you. That is, in fact, what I said. Valorant. What did you think I said? Your boss got stuck in our building's elevator twice in one day. Firefighters with contempt is one of my favorite things ever. But yeah, my older sister got stuck in an elevator. My older sister works for BC Ferries, and staff walks onto the boat before, like, people board, and they have, like, their own kind of green room, locker room area. Walked in, went into the green room, locker room area, and then this was mostly the kitchen staff. They all then got into the elevator to go up the elevator, and it has, like, a maximum, like, 15 persons thing, and there was 12 of them. And to use my older sister's description, she's like, I think it probably means 15 smaller persons. Her words, not mine. And it made it about half a floor that stopped. Yeah, I fucking hate those things, Cyberdud. Fucking hate those things. High-speed elevators. Awful. Terrifying. Spooky as hell. Do not like. Bad. But anyway, like, they got into this elevator, they went up like half a floor, and got stuck. And they're inside of, like, a metal box. And so only one of them had a cell phone that was working. And so they opened up the, like, emergency console, tried to call, didn't get through to anybody. One of them got a cell phone out, had their manager's phone number, and they managed to get a hold of him. And they were like, hey, like, the entire kitchen staff is stuck in the elevator. And he's like, oh, okay, where are you? And they're like, we don't exactly know where we are. Like, we're above the ground floor, but, like, not at the top floor. See, it's Valorant. I told you. It's Valorant. Thank you, Devildon. Appreciate you for the 5-pack. It begins. And, the manager guy and two of the maintenance staff, like, grabbed a crowbar and started just, like, prying open the doors. And while they were sitting there in the elevator, they were looking up, and they realized they could see light kind of peeking through at the top. I'll finish my story, and then I'll say thank you for these gift subs. Peeking through at the top. So they start pulling it open, and it was big enough that they could just kind of, like, give people a leg out. But they were one floor below the door that their boss was trying to open, and so they all just appeared behind him, trying to pry this door open with a crowbar, and two people trying to pull the one above them open, and they're like, hey, we made it out. How'd you do that? It's just very funny to me. But yeah, elevators on boats. Only if you need to. Okay, so hold on a second. Devildon, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Generic Dwarf, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Elith42, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Tibbe, thank you very much for the 5-pack. So the way this works is if you gift 5 subscriptions or more, Cold-Blooded, thank you for the 5-pack. If you gift a 5-pack of subscriptions, Valorant will gift at least 1 extra subscription on top of it, with a low % chance of gifting 50 or higher, or up to 50. I think 50 is the highest. And I am going to match the first 50 subs that you guys force Valorant to gift in my chat, which is already up to what, 7? So whenever that hits 50, I will drop 50. Yep, I can't play it due to their kernel level anti-cheat, but that's a them problem. I'll take the money. Frankly. So shoutouts to Valorant, I suppose. Last year when they did this, I made it into, like, just a reoccurring bit where I was like, yeah, I don't know who this Valorant is, but man, they're very fast at, like, gifting subs. Never met this person in my life. But Ice Blue, thanks for the gift as well. Zachary, thanks for the 5-pack. Nyla, thanks for the 5-pack. I don't even know what level that hype train's at. It's level 8. Yeah, like, you know. No Name, thanks for the 5-pack. Swag, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you. CN Tower has a big elevator. And before kernel level anti-cheat doesn't protect against anything. It does protect against Linux users, that's for sure. No name, thank you very much for the 5-pack. I mean, it's Valorant's up to 12, it looks like. Appreciate it. Like, seriously, appreciate it. All right, so today's new fort day. Breaking wallets one sub at a time. Please don't do anything you can't afford. Seriously. Hello's chat and bling. That's another name I get sometimes is bling. I'll take it though. Valorant is adding 1 additional sub for every 5 gifted subs until the end of the month. Same world. Shadow Observer. Same world. I mean, that's what we need to figure out. I mean, there's no need to cover them. I mean, they're just there. Just make Valorant memes. Also, Jesus emerges in the YouTube chat. Hello. All right. Also, I'm looking and going, I don't think my notifications are working. The heck? Let me just double check this, because I don't think they're working. Because I don't have any sounds for them, but like the animations ain't working. They're enabled. Bizarre. Let me just try refreshing this. Should be working. Huh. I don't know. That's odd. Like, it's there. It's set up. It's not working. Well then. Astro, thanks for the 5-pack. Zortos, thank you very much for the 5-pack as well. And yeah, you should post beers. So we're starting a new fort today. The thing that we need to figure out is, what is this new fort? That's what we need to figure out. And the reason we need to figure out what this new fort is I kind of have a couple ideas. The last fort ended pretty violently, but like the fort is still standing. And the idea was, let's, you know, make a villain, which I did. Valorant's up to 14 subscriptions. Darut, thank you very much for the 5-pack as well. Valorant's now up to what? 16. I don't want to, I mean, I've done so many like cavern specific. I want to do something that's surface fort related. The idea was a no dig fort. Yeah. I don't know. Generic. I mean, we could go that route. I mean, that's kind of what I would like to... So, Death by Sleeping in YouTube chat says, invade your old fort from another. I would like to do that. Yeah, this Valorant person is super generous. It's just so kind. It's crazy. Like, also, it's the reaction time that's truly impressive. It needs 10 subscriptions to level up the hype train once more. Thank you, chat. You are very kind. What, like naming it Riverwood? I mean, yeah, maybe. I'm thinking... Well, okay, so if I do a no digging fort, which is kind of what I'm leaning... No, I wouldn't... To me, that kind of ruins the point of a no digging fort. So, like, if I'm allowed to channel suddenly, that isn't a no digging fort. At all. It's like, so if I'm allowed to dig, it's not a no digging fort. I think the question is, what am I allowed to do with materials? I mean, if you're an above ground fort, you kind of have to do that, Tyrannos. Basically, like, the last time I did a no digging fort, I didn't use metal when it arrived. I think what I'm going to do is a no digging fort, but I can use whatever materials I can import into the map. So if the mountain home brings me metals that I can smelt, if, I mean, I'm at war with a dwarven faction, Archsuzy, so, I mean, that's going to happen. If I acquire metals from somewhere, what's the point of a no-dig volcano? I mean, we could settle on a volcano. Oh man, I was gonna disable. I thought I disabled that storm wall. Hold on, let me. I'm just gonna go. Shit. Sure, I'll honor that, but I'm gonna disable that. Now I've actually disabled that. So what do you think, chat? No, it's all good. I'll honor it, Stormwolf. Am I allowed to use metals that is brought to me? That's digging. I'm not going to terraform the map if no digging. If no digging, no digging. Once again, I will be matching the first 50 subscriptions, or whatever Valorant gets to by the end of the stream today. Every 5 subscriptions gifted, Valorant chucks out 5. Hype Train currently needs 10 subscriptions to level up. Every 5 subscriptions gifted, including in packs bigger than 5, Valorant adds at least 1 sub. I don't know who this Valorant person is, but they're very generous, clearly. Appreciate you, chat, and your generosity. 73 subscriptions. I think that's more subscriptions than I've gotten this week. With the exception of... Actually, no, Tuesday. Tuesday, we probably got pretty close to that. No, I'm not going to generate a new world. We're playing in the same world. I just spent a month preparing an evil villain in the last world. So I'm not going to, you know, start a new world. That would be a waste of all the preparation I've done. Of building characters and getting everything ready in the... wherever the heck that save file is. There it is, the past land. No. I'm gonna do a no digging fort. No pickaxes, no miners. We're gonna be above ground. No ifs, no buts, no asterisks. I think the way I'm going to do this, chat is trying to like I was kind of like poking for ideas, I think, but chat wants to give me too many handicaps, and I respect that, but I don't want that. So no, we're gonna make a surface no digging fort. But different from the last fort like this that I did, I will be able to use any materials I can import. But I won't be starting with any metal. Maybe next fort, no name. I mean, there was no demons in the last fort. So duh. I mean, I'll start with an axe, certainly. Yeah, I mean, we need to cut wood. How would you feel about no stone furniture? Isn't that just this fort? Basically? Well, so this... how do I put this? This faction is going to... Deserts start no trees. Deserts have trees. They have cacti. My guy. Also, then you'd just have sand. That would just be a glass fort, basically. You haven't had coffee today? I mean, when it comes to, like, furniture in forts, I very frequently make a lot of wooden furniture because I think it looks really nice. But, so this was the last fort. This is Colorbeard. Colorbeard took over most of this area and repopulated a lot of it, but also is currently at war with, I think it's 11 different factions. We have several different options for who we can play as. I don't want to play as the Strategic Boots again, because I want to be at war with them. There's the Alchemical Books, which are partially destroyed and north of the Strategic Boots. There's the Lush Key, who's completely dead. That's too dead. There's the Decent Smith, who were actively getting attacked by the, by my last fort. That's an option. There's the Hammer of Worship, who were also getting attacked by the previous fort. That's an option. They're very populated, though. There's the Rainy Corridors, who No, okay, I guess they took it back. I destroyed, or I depopulated one of their mountain homes and deleted it for a minute, but they appear to be back. These guys are near a lot of Untamed Wilds, which is kind of what I'm thinking. You know, like kind of this sort of area. Why would winter be harder? I mean, like, in a Untamed Wilds no digging fort, it's largely just a, you know, how do I put it? Food comes from things you're slaughtering. Albino Echidna, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. And chat, thank you so very much for the hype train. There will be a lot of agitated wildlife. Oh yeah, no, that's not going to be an issue when it comes to, like, amount of wildlife. But I just need to find somewhere that would be fun to settle in. Like, you know, maybe a big river or something. If I can find a major river, that would be neat. You know, something like this, right? Like, this could be a really neat spot. Which is like, what, down in here? Maybe not there. Yeah, like this. Although that's just wilderness. I kind of do want the Untamed Wilds. You know, I'm talking about no digging forts, building on the surface and all this, and you're like, you could try and find mermaids. So could you. You could also not ask me to do something that's completely out of the realm of what I'm even considering for this fort. I've also stated publicly many times that I have zero interest in ever doing that, because that would make chat completely insufferable. So, no, thanks, I'm good. You can do that if you like. Hard pass. Yeah, I mean, having lots of elevation variety is nice in this kind of thing. Jesus. That's actually a pretty steep little hill right there. Lamau, indeed. What a tight turn. Are those otters? Yeah, river otters. Giant ravens, red pandas, platypus. Yeah, it depends. If you get on the edge of like a generated tile, you'll often get super, super, super harsh corners in rivers, which, eh. Pretty much, lol. Armok got lazy with that one. How do you tell if a place is good to embark on? It depends on what you're looking for and what you feel like doing. I know that's kind of a non-answer, but that's the only way to actually answer it. You mean river otter lunches? Some otters? River otter pelts is what you meant to spell, I think. Yeah, I quite like this area. That would also be fun, but that's just mirthful. What about down here? It's just wilderness, though. I do want Untamed Wilds. Because the last map I played on was Calm. I don't really want to do another Calm one. That could be neat. Problem is going to be relocating these after I find one that's neat. Actually, that could also be really neat, potentially. Is that a major river? Yeah, it is. Yeah, let's see what this looks like. Although, actually... it's just wilderness, no point. And this, the main struggle of this is actually going to be not going to war with the elves for a while. Ooh, that could be interesting too. Because this is just like a big old temperate freshwater swamp. Let's take a look at this. So this is a normal river going into a major river. There's sand. So that could be a source of materials. I also like this one. Let's see what we got. Oh, plenty of different grasses. We've got quinoa. Lots of stuff that I could just harvest. There's almonds, cherries. Lots of cherries. I mean, it doesn't matter if I find metals because I'm not allowed to harvest them. Or rather, I'm not allowed to dig them. Because this is a no digging fort. So I'm not going to be using picks, and I'm not going to be assigning miners. Well, asterisk, with the exception of building demolition. But I will not be digging. And I think initially I'm going to just try and avoid pickaxes altogether. Huh. Fort Cherrywood? I like that, yeah. You know, you see giant wild boar, chat. I see giant wild bacon. We are not the same. Also giant alligators. Look at that smile. So cute. Here was AFK. This is just a test embark. I have not settled with anything locked in. However, I might go do a prepare carefully now because I think this may be it. The Cliff of Boars. Could just name it Boar's Head. Although I think that's actually a real place. There's also giant sponges. Yeah, I haven't really decided what faction yet. I think a lot of the combat in this fort could be completed by, like, shooting bolts. I'm sorry, what? Huh. This is the Hammer of Worship that I've settled as, apparently. Or no, we're just allied with the Hammer of Worship. Who am I? Who did I end up as? The Armors of Ransacking? Looks like there's 750 people in Colorbeard. Good times. All right. I think that's it. I think this is it. I think this is the spot. So the next thing I would like to do zombie giant sponges used to be very dangerous. Giant sponges have never been particularly dangerous. It's the undead ones. Well, I mean, yeah, basically. You still don't want to fight them, though, because if the dwarves try and attack them, then they dive into the water and they drown. But the zombie ones could move, and they were... It was like when the game had zombie hair, because you couldn't mangle hair. And because you couldn't mangle hair, you couldn't actually kill them. Whereas zombie giant sponges, they, like, didn't have enough critical... They didn't have the critical body parts that made it possible to kill them if they were zombified. So, you know. I'm just gonna go jump into my old faction because I want to check out something. Also, the lovely beard. The strategic dread. Oh my gosh. They regain their senses after an initial period of questionable judgment, that's for sure. Dwarf Ethel bled to death, slayed by the rotten butcher Battlebrain. Battlebrain's final kill count was 222 kills. Nice. It's pretty great, actually. And... that was my king. Who was actually attacked by one of my bronze colossuses, apparently. Oops. Guess you did manage to get away. Or, yeah, the greatest onslaught. I caught you, didn't I? Yeah. So, my king, who I had in the fort, who just appeared in the fort as a king, in the year 268, so like 42 years before I started my fortress, got into a fight with that Colossus and escaped. Had a few different lovers, eventually left the Cave of Mornings. I'm assuming that's a place, and then settled in Colorbeard. Became king of the strategic boots in the year 321. And then bled to death. Being slayed by Battlebrain. But, like, under his leadership, we... killed that Colossus. That's kind of cool, actually. Neat little tidbit. But the thing I wanted to look at is... who is king currently? Tekid became king. A strategic boost of the boots attacked the Palace of Ransacking. Tekid led the attack. Defenders were led by Oilywets. Yeah, it does seem like they are in fact at war with a bunch of people still. But I'm wondering if my cheated king or queen stayed. I guess not. I was just curious if the game would honor that. Unless the queen already died, which would be, holy shit, that was quick. I'm just seeing became Baron. Yeah, it's just a lot of me starting wars. Really. Wow. Giant sponges are a nice target practice for Mark Swords. Yeah, I believe that. Certainly, I'd believe that. Yeah, this is where everybody became king, because what happened, actually? Like, who was the previous noble? Loot Mortals. Such a good name. An item. Like, I want to know what happened to the previous nobility. So I want to say it was something 60... like 360 or something that the previous queen was appointed. Just a lot of ceremonies. Oh, Baroness Queen, there we go. Bim, that's what I was looking for. Oh. Okay, so we didn't kill the queen. Bim fought in the gory attack of Equal Bronze after settling in Equal Bronze. So became the queen of the Strategic Boots and was living in Raunus Menaced, that goblin civilization. So Bim, my queen, was born in 222. She was a bard in Wicked Controlled. Lived in Raunus Menaced, which was that goblin site that had 10,000 occupants that I started attacking. Became the queen of the Strategic Boots while living in Raunus Menaced in the year 268, probably because they killed the queen. Wrote a bunch of books. And then settled in Equal Bronze, which was a dwarven fortress of the Godly Book. Oh, that's a good name. Settled in Equal Bronze, was living in Equal Bronze, and then this goblin attacked and invaded Equal Bronze, and Bim was struck down by a goblin. Wow. And was a former member of the Allied Seduction, which is that goblin group of Raunus Menaced. Huh. Battlebrain was pretty sick, yeah. Fascinating. All right, now the question is, which faction do we play as now? Does anybody have anything they want me to look up? Like, I could look up... Oh, these are sites. Duh. Apparently he was a woodcutter. I just want to know what year he died. He died of old age in the year 243. Apparently, he did quite well trading wild fisher berries. So he was like a... He was a scholar and philosopher who took part in foot races and was largely just a merchant. He did poorly at selling ratweed, but did well later, eventually. Sold taro, jaguar lung tissue, alfalfa. Yeah, he literally he gave up being a woodcutter and a woodburner to be a merchant. Then took part in a bunch of foot races and eventually died of old age in the year 243. Was entombed and then was disturbed by Kejeth Growled the Mountainous. who also appears to have been a mummy. Oh, never mind, sorry. A were-bison. So he took up residence in Scaly Snarls, and then eventually disturbed the tomb. So a were-bison disturbed the tomb of that mummy. And, after being disturbed from his eternal rest, he founded the Television Amico and became the leader of the Wise Wings. Was bent towards supernatural vengeance, brought back a whole lot of creatures, and then became a chemist. Purchased a horse, as one does. Took part in a bow throwing competition, naturally. Fought in various sieges. Started trying to steal my artifacts. The Simple Hardiness was an item that I had at a point, I think. Fought in battles in the Great Hill. Took part in a lot of races. And then eventually, tried to steal the mount. Tried to commit espionage against me. Was sentenced to 50 hammer strikes in a port and imprisoned for a term of 8 months. Stayed there way longer than 8 months. Because that was from the year 313 to the year 320. And then made him fight a bunch of shit in the arena until he was struck down by a goblin. We resurrected like a dozen times. And how many kills did he have at the end? 294 kills, mostly that one goblin he kept resurrecting. I feel like they're throwing it kind of like a, I mean, how would you throw a bow? Probably like, kind of like a boomerang, you know? That is funny. That's how I'd imagine you'd do it anyway. Actually, I should open Legends back up. Does anybody want me to look up specific things about anybody? I'm going to start as a smaller faction. I'm not going to start as a dead faction. Probably one of the ones that's been attacking, or that I was attacking previously that's almost dead. Like the Decent Smith is a pretty good option, because that would make sense, you know? Dwarves that are like on the back foot, that have like minimal resources and all of their like access lines cut, would be more likely to, you know, not have access to the ability to dig effectively, right? There's a slightly higher chance of something like that happening. I don't think anybody's really at war with the elves. The only reason I ended up at war with the elves in the last fort is because I attacked them. No, it's Twitch chat that's at constant war with the elves. If you actually like look at Legends, a lot of the time, dwarves are allied with the elves. The elves are the first people to ally with the dwarves when the dwarves dig too deeply and a fortress falls, and they have to seal off the portal to the underworld or whatever. Like, if it's usually players that start the wars with the elves. Vow vengeance for the living. Attended a bow throwing competition. What I really like, Kylon, is that most of like the demonic overlords are just Dragon Ball characters. Like, it's like demonic murder boss, the evil of cunning, blah, you know? And then the actual reality is he just like takes part in 50 to 60 wrestling competitions a year. You know, he's like active in the sport. He's a traveling merchant as well. He's somebody who likes to tame beak dogs from time to time. Hi, Burn. Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. Checking to get a round of beers for the T1. Means a lot, mate. As kind of a reminder to everybody, today Twitch has a deal going on, which we already took part in quite heavily. But for every 5 subscriptions gifted, you make Valorant gift at least 1 sub in my chat with % chances for it to be higher. So it's kind of like Valorant is playing a lottery with their wallet. Anyway, I'm just saying, it's there. Yeah, let's just go look at the faction options. Becomes world champion wrestler. Exactly. Reverse Gamba. Yeah, except I'm the one who wins regardless. Yeah. That's how that works. All right, so let's poke around. I like the Decent Smith, potentially, or the Alchemical Books. These guys are a little bit too... Like, they are at war with my old faction, because I did attack them, but I think they're a little bit too well set up. Like, this is a very backfoot faction, but they're also very far away, so let's try and be a little bit closer. Rainy Corridors is a funny name for a Dwarven faction. Like, a really funny name for a Dwarven faction, actually. And that location was... Ooh, shit. It was down in the swamp, wasn't it? I was right there, right? Nope, not that. Crap, I'll have to re-find it. It was like a straight river, a straight big river with a small river connecting to it. Was it in this one? Shit. They appear to be at war with the humans and friendly with the elves. If I select them. Oh no, it was in this swamp, right? Duh. That spot that I found was... Was that? That looks right. Could also have been that. I need to actually go back in the VOD a minute. And we'll just check. Before I was reading, staring at legends. Doopy doopy doop. Where did I settle? I was like, this is very low quality because I'm just using the preview. It's like in there. Yeah, it was right there. Okay, I found it. I was in the right spot. Would you look at that? Yeah, because this river kind of goes all the way through. And then that was where we settled. That was where we settled. Thanks, Fortnite Jonathan, for checking out a membership. Appreciate you. What will be the fort's name? Not totally sure yet. I don't like the developer of that game, so hard pass. Highburn. I did play it, though, unfortunately. Kind of regret it. Just kind of poking around to see. This is also fitting because there's no metal here anyway. Because there's sand here. This is going to be like a glass and wooden fort. I think that'll be fun. I think that'll be fun. I will need pickaxes specifically for deconstruction. Do I get to start with a pickaxe, chat? That's the question. I'm debating that right now. I mean, I can either make a pickaxe, or I can start with a pickaxe. I've got it set as the Rainy Corridors, because it's close by, and I'm at war with them. I took over Or destroyed a few of their sites, I think, actually. Yeah, I destroyed these two. So it's close enough that it makes sense. It's not a huge faction, but not a tiny faction either. Start with 1 to deconstruct stuff if I need. How about I start with 1 piece of copper? I mean, I could also just trade. Like, the first caravan will allow me to do that. You know? And this is like a style of fort I've done before for clarity here. Like, it's either I bring 1 piece of copper or I just wait for the traders. YouTube chat is saying training wood axe. Can you actually chop down trees with training axes? I've never actually tried that. I thought they patched that out a while ago. I don't know if you still can. I mean, here, let's just test it. Let's test it. Yeah, no, you can't. None of them are equipping them, so no, that's not an option. They would have equipped them, so that won't work. Interesting cliff. Oh yeah, no, we've found a good spot. Trust me, it's a good spot. It's not just me like trying to find that spot because like oh, where's I gonna settle? No, like that's a good spot. I'm going to update the fortress goal. That's what I'm going to do. I'll also chuck some stuff into the title so people can see a little better. All right, done. It's been updated. Pickaxes are permitted, but because you need them for deconstruction. The map is Untamed Wilds, so we're going to have to contend with surface creatures. I want to play as the Rainy Corridors because they're one of the factions I was at war with in the last fort, so it makes some logical world-building sense. This is going to suck. It might end up being a tower. I'm not going to say what the building is going to look like because I don't really know yet. I have a few ideas, but... it depends on how many flyers there are, really. Highly depends on how many flyers there are. I think initially it's just going to be a wooden box so I can build an entry corridor. A bridge, maybe. Yeah. Bridges. Big wooden bridge, most likely, actually. Waiting for a dragon to burn it all. Dude, that would be amazing. Like, if something shows up and burns my whole fort down, I will laugh so fucking hard. Over the cliff and far away. Correct. Death by sleeping. I'm not going to embark with any metals. Aside from... How many wood cutting axes do I get to start with? I normally start with... Okay, like, the game by default gives you 2 picks and 2 axes. I would say that should permit me to start with 4 axes. I think that's reasonable. This is gonna end with so many fucking dwarves drowning, generic dwarf. I think it's gonna start off as that, Hand of Fate. Because, like, what's gonna happen is, initially, things are gonna be quite easygoing, and I'm gonna have to be very cautious while the population is small. But once the population starts to grow, then we'll be able to do more... Just updating things. Once the faction population grows a little bit, I will be able to do more in the way of interesting constructions. Crafts dwarves, I'll have you know, Moreb. What kind of slander is it? Let's go settle on one. First time you build an above ground fort out of wood, a dragon shows up and has a barbecue. I did an above ground fort that was largely made of wood once in an older version of the game. And a titan that was a giant turkey that breathes fire with one eyeball showed up. And so I locked all my dwarves inside and a lot of my structures burnt down. And I made a tavern outside, hoping that some mercenaries would show up to fight the turkey. And, well, a elvish bard showed up and was carrying a book that was, like, just a book. It was, like, made, I think, of native platinum. So it was, like, quite heavy. It was either gold or platinum. It was a heavy metal, but, like... It was just a book, right? Sees the the Titan and throws the book at the Titan, and it destroyed its eyeball and destroyed its brain. Just like, what? Just right at the thing. That same fort later then got attacked by another Titan that was just a humanoid made of flame with wings and horns. I was like, that's just a fucking Belrog, and it died because a tree fell over and a log landed on its head. Yep. And then the elf left, and I never saw him again, and I was kind of sad. I wanted him to join my fort. I mean, agitated birds are definitely a possibility, yeah. They are definitely a possibility. So let's start off with the basics. No picks, 4 axes. That's the basics. Because we're going to be underground, I literally, or not going underground, I don't see any reason to bring any of these seeds. Because those are all below ground crops. Like, there's no reason to bring them. Whatsoever. So what happened? So wood chopping on its own is completely safe, Darky. But there's 2 things that can happen. You know how in Dwarf Fortress, when you remove all of the support of something, it collapses? Like buildings, like ground and stuff. With trees, if trees grow right next to each other, why would I bring 2 step ladders? It's just a huge waste of points. I was going to bring no step ladders and just make one. But when they're stuck together, right beside each other, if you chop down one, there's a pretty good chance the branches are intertwined, which can cause it to act as a support. So when you chop down the one next to it, it causes the first tree to explode like a cave-in. So dwarves can get crushed like that. The other thing that can happen is trees fall away from the dwarf, and the logs, when the tree is chopped down, are harmless. A dwarf could be standing right in front of it, and all of the logs could land on the dwarf, and it won't hurt the dwarf. That used to not be the case, but in this version of the game, and for like the last, I don't know, decade or so, trees falling, completely safe. However, if it's right next to another tree, and the log falls into the branches of another tree, and let's say there's a dwarf here and they're chopping down a tree, and directly above them in the tree is a log, when they finish chopping down the tree, this tree falls away and is completely safe. But that log that's already there goes straight down. And if you know anything about how Dwarf Fortress physics works, if you drop a sock from high enough, that could kill a dwarf. Also, yeah, they've got mog hoppers as food, apparently. So chopping trees is certainly dangerous, but I don't think it's as dangerous as some people make it seem. I'm going to bring the splints and the splints and the crutches. Now, I know that this is a wood fort, so it would be very redundant if I just bring a bunch of wood. However, if I bring a bunch of wood, I can get away without irritating the wildlife a little bit longer. And I think that might be valuable. Death by sock is possible. Admittedly, I've never seen it, but I know that it is possible. I could bring rock too. But you know what the problem with that would be? My Reb? Is I'm not going to have rocks in this fort. So if the dwarves build up a engraving skill or like stone crafting skill, they'll need that for artifacts. If I never have a rock on the map, then they don't need that for artifacts. So I'm a little worried about that. Oh, certainly, but they get more agitate. It's like a factor of, okay, so chopping down trees agitates wildlife. Building agitates wildlife. Digging agitates wildlife. If I don't have to chop down the trees to build, that gives me more time still. Even though, yes, building also agitates wildlife, but I will have more time if I bring wood. So I'm thinking I'm just gonna bring like 150 cherry tree logs. Yo, what up? Dwarf's up. Butts up. What's up? How you doing, Buttsworth? So that's my theory here, anyway. Question is just how many logs should I bring? By the way, YouTube folks, thank you very much to the 130 of you tuning in. There's 48 likes on the stream, which means many of you could be liking the stream and you haven't yet. So if you're enjoying the broadcast, please leave a like on the stream. Cloth seeds? Dwarves can't bring anything with them that grow underground. Or there's no reason to bring anything that grows underground. These all only grow underground. You can't grow them above ground. Because I can't dig, there's literally no reason to bring any of the plants. Like, not even plump helmets. I should just bring more mog hoppers. Or meats. Because we're going to be doing only above ground farming, right? You can only bring things that the dwarven factions have access to, and that's generally not the things that you want. I'm kind of a little bit at a loss. I mean, I could bring a bunch of animals, but like, I feel like that's just gonna start a bunch of fights with the local wildlife. What would be a good method for drinks above ground? Harvesting fruits, collecting literally anything that grows above ground. Either of those are perfectly valid methods of getting drinks above ground. I'm probably not even going to farm, for whatever it's worth. I'm probably just going to, like, at least for the first year or two, just harvest from above ground. Thanks, QNT. And everybody else who just left likes. I can't dig, though, Fugly Noodle, so how would I do that? I think, like, when you're new to Dwarf Fortress, you very much overthink farming. But when you've played this game for a little bit, you just don't even think about it. Build wood walls until it's a pit. Isn't that more of a Colosseum type structure, though? Like a bowl? It's more of a bowl, less of a pit. We have a cliff. Is a very valid statement. Yeah, wood spikes everywhere. Also, another thing that's going to be an issue. What is required to make mechanisms, chat? Pop quiz. Like, it's either... So yeah, we're going to be... Take some rocks? No. Oh, you take some rocks. Moreb, quit winking at me. I'll have to gift you a sub to give you some real emotes. Fucking hate those winkies. Gramble. Why are none of my, like, on-screen things working today? It's like my alerts aren't working. Nothing's working. How you doing, Dulkin? It's good to see you, man. At least you can buy mats for mechanisms? Yep. No, we're gonna have to, like... friendly trade with a bunch of people. You literally can't make mechanisms out of wood, no. No, it's either stone or... Oh, I'm allowed to use anything that anybody brings to the fort. I'm just not allowed to dig. Zartos. And I'm also allowed to use pickaxes to deconstruct stuff, but I'm not starting with one because lol. Those two emotes are pretty cursed, though, Night Dweller, let's be honest. Yeah, Goblinite it is, then. I don't know. I'm just, like, debating with myself right now of do I want to bring boulders or not. Because, like, there ain't too much I can do without cage traps. I mean, I guess I can lock stuff indoors. But, like... No. There is no way to get rocks above ground. Can I just bring mechanisms? Because if I can bring mechanisms, I'm okay with that. Doesn't look like it. Because, like, if I can just bring mechanisms, that's one thing, but I might just have to bring boulders to make mechanisms. No, I mean actually friendly trade. Like go out and like request tribute from a lot of people that I'm not trading with yet, so that they bring me stuff. I'm also gonna be a little cheeky here. I'm gonna bring one of every milk. Because these will all be put into different barrels. Did I bring giant cave spider venom? Yeah, I did, and cave spider venom. Get rid of those. That's silly. I'm not bringing any copper. I decided against that. So, no. I'm just trying to think, like, what our capabilities would be. Like, what can I do? Why would people try to murder you for mentioning quantum stockpiles? Where are you hanging out? What? I might slap you for suggesting, what's it called? Duping items, but what's wrong with quantum stockpiling? Doesn't actually change anything. It's more of an aesthetics thing. I mean, wood crossbows and wood bolts, absolutely. Certainly. That's gonna be almost necessary. I don't find that reactors are that useful. Reactors were useful. I find that reactors dry up a lot. I don't remember them doing that back in the day. Are bone crossbows any good? They're just normal crossbows, so yeah. Bone crossbows, wood crossbows, they're all good. Crossbows are good. It's more the ammo that you put in them is what defines their effectiveness. The material doesn't matter so much. It's more of a, like, in a case where if they are going to have to be forced to use it as a melee weapon, that's when it becomes a thing. I feel like Dwarven reactors are an old strategy where you would attach 2 water wheels to a pump to basically get, like, an infinite loop going. And I feel like in older versions of the game, they worked really well. And since version 50, I find that they just dry up, so I kind of don't use them ever. I find them to be more tedious and annoying than they're worth. But yeah, that's what a Dwarven reactor is. You've never actually used bone armor? Is it worthwhile? I think there's probably a reason you've never used it. Let me put it this way. When it comes to things like leather armor and bone armor, the reason a lot of people don't use it is because it's not very good. As in, like, it's not very effective at defending your dwarves' lives. If you're, like, in a pinch and you have no other option, yeah, I mean, it's the best thing you got. But, like, is it good? What's with all the milk? So we're settling on an Untamed Wilds map. And so that's why I'm bringing 150 wood, because we're not going to be able to dig. And the reason I'm bringing all of the milk is because the milk will... Each one is a different food item, so each one will come in a different barrel. So that is... all of that amount of milk worth of barrels that I don't need to make. Saving wood, basically. Shell armor now has color. Then I'd have to fish, though. Leather can be dyed, too. Oh, that's interesting. Right. Yeah, duh. Of course leather can be dyed, too. But it only shows when it's on the actual character, which is a bit annoying. Barrel maxing? Yeah. I should just bring a couple of boulders for mechanisms. I should do that. I feel like I can justify this to myself if I bring petrified wood. It's still wood. Specifically for levers. It used to be wood. Yeah. No, malachite is the sign of the evil people that we're at war with. Green is the color of evil. Wait a second. You like the color? Me too. I also like the color of petrified wood, but they're all just going to be mechanisms and levers, so. Am I going to use bees? Probably not. At least not early at all. It's more calcium minerals than organic minerals. That's okay, Captain Know-It-All. It says wood right in the name. All right, chat. For this no digging fort, I am allowed to use stone. I just have to import it. So I am allowed to bring this. How many boulders am I allowed to bring for the purpose of making traps, because this is an Untamed Wilds map, and mechanisms? There's no clay on this map, so it doesn't really matter. There's sand. I'm seeing a bunch of 12s and 15s. 5 unit until the first caravan. Here's the thing. If you never have it on the map, you won't need it. Jurist. So no. I will buy that stuff. Also, you don't get moods until you have 20 dwarves. And the dwarves use their highest skill for their moods, which in this case will probably either be bowyers or woodcrafts. So as long as I don't have, like, any high skill weavers and a lot of silk on the map, we're fine. Because a dwarf will never ask, which is why it's always funny to me when people are just like, they want shells. I was like, well, it's your fault. You had shells at some point. That wasn't the case back in the day, but Mark Gordon, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. Speaking of gifts, as a reminder, Twitch has a deal today where if you gift 5 subscriptions here on Twitch, the Riot Games Valorant person will throw an additional subscription on top with a chance of up to 50. So far, chat has forced Valorant to gift 16 subscriptions in the chat today, and I will match up to 50 Valorant gifted subs at the end of the stream, or if it hits 50. Yeah, let's just do 12. 12 seems like a good number. Because I probably won't get much in the first caravan. But 12 will give me 2 levers, a drawbridge, and some traps. You know? Because it's 3 to hook a lever up to a drawbridge. So that'll bring me down to 9. And then the rest can just be... I could save one for... Well, maybe not save one. Hook a lever up to a drawbridge, and then the rest... all cage traps. A limit on, like, the number of boulders? Mouse Peter? But you never had animals in the fort? Did traders bring leather and leave it? Did you ever butcher something? Did you have a hunter that butchered something? One stone equal 14 pounds. Why does that matter? You don't have a limit on weight. I should bring some... Okay, I can't bring wooden crossbows, so I'll just make wooden crossbows. That's fine. Someone bring in turn the wood to stone? Someone bring in a Groot and also a Medusa, and Medusa needs to look at Groot. Oh shit, I can actually bring in strawberries and bilberries. This faction has access to strawberries. That's interesting. I could bring cups. Not sure why I would, though. Oh, I see. Yeah, I always forget that stone is a unit of measurement because that's basically never used over here. Oh, nah. It'd be neat if you could bring fertilized eggs. It's a shame you can't. I mean, I could bring mugs. Could bring some fancy mugs. Hematite mugs are expensive. Holy shit. Good lord, man. I guess we could bring some animals. What animals does this faction have available, actually? I haven't looked. Nothing out of the ordinary. I don't even think the British really use stone. I think only stone uses stone. But I could be completely wrong. No, because they arrive in a barrel. Once they're removed from the nest box, I think they can't be returned to it. I could be wrong, though. Just bury the wood and wait? Right, got it. They'll only take 1,000 years, right? Goats for goat cheese. We could bring goats. I haven't done goats in a while. It's a wicked waste of iron? Wait, what's a wicked waste of iron? Is that like the Wicked Witch of the Iron? Hello, Shindikin. It's good to see you. Yeah, hematite's actually one of my favorite colors in the game. You just don't see it very often. I almost always do turkeys. What else could I do? Could do geese. Do geese like give leather? I can't remember. Who wasted iron? I mean, I've absolutely colored forts with hematite before. On forts where, like the last fort, where, like, most of it was colored with malachite. I've had forts where, like, for some reason there's just shit tons of iron everywhere. It's like, that's the only material, but there's, like, dozens of veins, and it's like, well, I have 5,000 irons, so, like, sure, I'll just start making some tables. Yeah, let's just do geese. Let's do geese. Let's do some geese. And I got 51 points left. I don't really want... I'm kind of scared to bring dogs. Honestly. And the reason I'm kind of scared to bring dogs is they will just go at... They like to aggro wildlife, right? So I'm actually a little terrified of bringing dogs. I mean, they can harvest bird gizzards, but no. No, I don't want to bring cats. The dwarves will bring their own cats. The geese will give rawhide. Rollin', rollin', rollin'. I could do something that I do like to do, which is just bring a uniform. Which is basically like, oh, yeah, I just bring coats or I bring robes or something. Because then I just have to make robes from then on forward. Why don't I bring some leather? Cave blob leather always fascinates me because it's like, isn't that just like a bubble full of goop? to spot the thieves. I just don't allow visitors. How can you have thieves if you don't have visitors? Yes, Clowny smiles, but no digging. Could bring goat leather, that would make sense. I wonder. Giant chipmunk leather. It's crushed by the cuteness. I'm actually looking for, like... I don't need to be too picky about this. Okay, how about giant black bear leather? We'll just do that. I know, actually, although giant chipmunk leather is just kind of the cutest fucking thing. Cyrolac, who's a taxidermist who frequents this stream, has criticized skunk leather many times, saying that their skin is too brittle and will just, like, fall apart if you try and make it into leather. Which I think is funny. Chat, giant chipmunks or giant black bear? What sounds cooler? I'm gonna make it into robes. Because I've got 70 points left. Well, chipmunks are cheaper, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we'll bring 10 of those. And I could just bring some copper bolts and maybe not melt them down. I don't know if that would be too much or not. I could also bring some training weapons. I mean, because it's the funny one, right? Who doesn't want the funny one? I'm gonna bring copper bolts, chat. I'm gonna bring some copper bolts. Because the game always starts you with quivers, and no crossbows and no bolts. I'm gonna bring 5, let's say 6 stacks of copper bolts. And then spend the last 8 points. On a few more naked Moldog spleens. And now the skills. Are those individual bolts? I always thought they were stacks. If they're individuals, well then they're individuals. I was always under the impression those were stacks, but I think I've only brought bolts with for adventure mode in the last decade. All right, we'll bring 10 then. So we've got goats and geese. Geese and goats. We've got drinks. We've got a fuck ton of cherry wood. We do need to name the fort. Let's do that first. Someone said cherry something. I don't think I can name it cherry. Why don't I name it charred? Is stump a word? Ooh, charred stumps. Chop stumps? Chop stumps. Romanoid, you're going to, like, horny jail. And sentenced to 15 lashings from the dungeon master. Anyway, I said morning wood. Could call it chop blossom. I want to use the word chop. You know? You can't use the word elven. Just like you can't use the word human or dwarf because the dwarves don't have a word for elves. Also, I don't use thing of thing. This is just a me thing. In the overworld, the dwarves use word for the names of fortresses, and then the thing of thing for the local government. So I always name the local government the thing of thing. If chop soup is a name, actually sticks it. Chop sick. I like that kinda. But stick is a word, so I could name it chopstick. But I kind of like chopsick. Chop soul, chop sound. something tree falling in the forest. But I really like chopsick. I mean, I want to fish, but that's going to be difficult to do. I woke up this morning already. It's 11:30. I woke up at 7, Captain Kami. Mutton chops. I'm not bringing any sheep, though. Now you're just being racist, death by sleeping. Against elves. You mean individual. We're still dwarves. Just because we're choosing a slightly different lifestyle doesn't allow us not to exist. You know, also that it kind of reminds me, I need to find this document again. Like every 8 months, I'm like, shit, I need to find that document again. And then I go find it, and then I laugh, and then I forget about it again. But a old viewer of this channel I haven't seen in a while made a series of dwarven insults using only dwarven words. So like the words in Dwarf Fortress like formed together a bunch of insults, and it was kind of like an apples to apples thing, you know, where you have to like make innuendo or like things that sound like it could be used as an insult, but only using the words provided in Dwarf Fortress. It's very funny. I think I'm just going to stick with the with chopsick, because chopsick is just really funny. Unless something better pops into my brain. Now what do I name the area? Who likes elves? They're a fun antagonist. It's less of a, do I like elves? They're fine. I don't like visceral hatred of elves. But this is a well-known statement. What are we, a rattling rust bucket, Small Bean? That's all it really is I'm not a huge fan of just, like, the RP of visceral hatred. But, I mean, you do yourself. If you want to live that way, you can. You just get to live with me. Going, that's not very dwarf-like. Dwarves are more tolerant than that. You sound like a goblin, my friend. Which is fair. I mean, there's goblins out there, you know. How about we name it the... I mean... The chopping mall! I don't think mall's a word, but that is funny. Someone in the YouTube chat just says the chopping mall. Thumbs up. A+. I should name my my trading depot the chopping mall. That's pretty good. I like that. I mean, I could name it the... Can I name it the stump? The stump of... The stupid stump. is also pretty good. It's maybe a little, like, Chopstick and the Stupid Stump does kind of have a ring to it. Yeah, I've seen splitting malls. I used to use one of those, actually, when I lived in the middle of nowhere. But you still need, like a shim, right? You need, like, a saw or something to get, like, a hole. And then you put, like shims into the tree and then whap! Stupid stump of stumps. The stupid stump of forests. Kind of ruins the flow of it, I think. That's a horror movie. What, the stupid stump or the stupid stump of forests? I'm stupid. The stupid marsh. We are in a what's it called? A swamp. The stupid stump of swamps. Actually, even better. The stupid swamp of stumps. She might be dead, Mouse Beater. That rolls off the tongue pretty good. I mean, I could also probably call it the bog, right? Stupid bog of stumps. I think the stupid swamp of stumps rolls off the tongue better. I don't think stumpless was an option for words. The words are very limited, right? Yeah, I could call it the stupid stumps. I could make it plural, but that's all I can do. Yeah. The question is, do I leave the word stupid in there? I feel like after 5 years of this fortress, these dwarves will be cursing this swamp, so probably calling it the stupid swamp actually fits. True, I could call it the stunted swamp. I'm gonna stick with stupid, because that's a very dwarfy thing to say. The group symbol. Okay, this is gonna be hysterical. Ooh. I'm trying to think if any dwarves appeared in the last fort. I could just do a dwarf. Let's say a cherry tree. The dwarf is cringing. Where is the... The cherry tree is embracing the dwarf. The dwarf is screaming. The tree is admiring the dwarf. So it's a tree hugging a dwarf, and the dwarf is going, ah! And we can call this the stunted tree of love. I don't know, I could do better than love. Nico Blaze Wind, thank you very much for the raid there. Appreciate you. Madness, actually, you know, honestly, stupid tree of danger. I will say this for a final time. Elves is not a word. I can't name it that. So every time you suggest it is just a waste of your typing space. Valium, thank you very much for the 6 months. Hello, welcome back. What were you streaming today, friends? And how was your stream? Hope it was good. How about Stunted Tree of Daggers? Just as an excuse to put the word Eurist in there. This is true. This is true. But there's no boar in the image. What can I do with these giant wild boars? The tree is surrounded by the wild boars. The giant wild boars is laughing. We had the same thought, generic dwarf. That was the intent. You're streaming, it was a Digimon World Next Order. You know, I'm always amazed when Digimon games come out because I always forget that Digimon exists. And then Digimon games come out and I'm like, oh, right. That's cool. It's neat. It's neat that they still make those. So this is our symbol, which is the Stunted Tree of Daggers. An image of a dwarf, a cherry tree, giant wild boars. The dwarf is cringing. The cherry tree is embracing the dwarf. The dwarf is screaming. The cherry tree is admiring the dwarf. The cherry tree is surrounded by giant wild boars. The giant wild boars are laughing. Presumably at the dwarf. A dwarven grade site, and maybe we'll find something there. Well, best of luck. Hopefully you don't find a mummy. The laughing boar does sound like the name of like a craft brewery or like a brew pub or something. Certainly is a pub. There's definitely a pub called the Laughing Boar somewhere. Or like the Laughing Hog or something. All right, so no digging. So let's do wood cutting, carpenter. Carpenter. Maybe not weaponsmith. Bowyer. Well, we need somebody with a sense of humor around these parts. Let's go with a diagnoser and surgeon? Actually, are you any good at this? It's a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. It's greedy and great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Respects the development of his skill. I mean, hey. So we are going to have access to glass. So I can make gems out of glass. Gonna build a tower to heaven instead of a mine shaft to hell. We'll do something. Initially the priority is gonna be don't die, because this is an Untamed Wilds map, right? So is glassmaking not considered crucial? That's kind of wild. Guess not. Let's go with a glassmaker / animal trainer. Because that's going to be a pretty important skill. Maybe we'll make you a cheesemaker as well. Let's go with a planter. Maybe not a planter. Maybe like... Is it herbalist or thresher that is for gathering? I can never remember. Gotta make a sandwich. Enjoy the witch, man. It's a brewery called Hogshead. I'm familiar with Hogshead, actually. It's herbalist? Okay, let's go with a herbalist then. Let's go with like a herbalist cook. Maybe 1 point in mechanics. Actually, let's just say carpenter. Carpenter. Woodcutter. Woodcutter. Carpenter. Let's give you a point in shearing. Let's say gelding. Milking. Carpenter. Woodcutter. Is it still 404ing? Oh boy. Has anybody at Kitfox said anything about it? Because they are like in charge of hosting it. Anonymous, thanks for the 5-pack. Which also makes Valorant chuck an additional subscription on top of the 5-pack. Thank you, Anonymous. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for that? As a reminder, I will be matching the first 50 subscriptions that Valorant gifts at the end of, or however many Valorant has gifted if it's below 50 by the end of today. But my maximum is 50. If it hits that much, I will just drop that many. He's completely unmoved by our natural beauty. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents. He's curious and eager to learn. He tends to be passive in discussions, stubborn and changing his mind about things. He could be considered rude. He's ambitious, has a greedy streak. The person thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and does not particularly value the truth. I'm just gonna make you into like a farmer, basically. Maybe a fish worker, animal trainer. Also, actually, let's do a leather worker. One point in mechanics. Some points in mechanics. Mostly leather work. Animal trainer. Oh, nope, that's caretaker. Trainer. All right, chat. Knowing things is dumb. This is true. I mean, not true. I object. Anyways, that's this forest. We are now in the path to inevitable whelp. That's all I have to say. Inevitable whelp. As a reminder, recap, we've got geese, nanny goats, and goats, and billy goats, I guess. We're bringing a lot of milk, because milk brings extra barrels. We're bringing 150 wood logs and 12 petrified wood, because it's still wood. Still wood. Was wood at one point. I'm doing that so that I don't need to chop down as many trees in regards to the barrels, and I'm bringing the wood log so I don't need to chop down as many trees. I won't be able to deconstruct anything initially because I don't have a pickaxe, and I won't get a pickaxe until the first trade caravan arrives. The rule with this fortress is I'm not allowed to dig. That is the rule. No digging. No digging for any reason. So, wish me luck. Strike the earth. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Yeah, I think it's just beginning, actually. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Undar Minkut. There are almost no supplies left, however, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, power, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. It's early summer, though. I wonder if we'll actually get that first caravan. But it is spring now. No, it's not. It's summer. Enough time to secure lodgings, ere the alligators get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here, at this place. Atot Kafash. Chopsick. Strike the earth. That's why we picked it. Keeps works. That is why we picked it. I'm going to have to block this little river off, like, immediately so nobody drowns. And I'm going to pause the game. Ilum, thanks to the Prime. Appreciate you greatly. This is where we all scream out loud, because... Okay, so I'm not seeing the wild boar that were here the first time I landed here, but I'm sure those are still available. There's giant alligators. They're right there. That's actually horrifying. Just gonna do a thing real quick. I'm gonna use the toilet. I will be right back. Wolfist Wolf, thank you very much for the resubscription as well. I for 7 months, let's say? Yes, 7 months. Appreciate you, man. All right, let's zoom out a wee bit and have a look. So this is what's called a major river. You don't see them very often. They're kind of hard to find usually. It's exactly what it says on the tin. It's a really big chunk of water. There are carp down here, so maybe they'll stand up. And I'm gonna have to play this pretty slowly. The first problem that we have is literally right next to us is a bunch of giant alligators. Yeah, it's a big old valley kind of thing. I think probably actually the play here is place a meeting zone like here and a pasture like right here and get all of my animals moved over there. They might just fall off the cliff like immediately, but right now they're going to try and attack me because they're giant alligators. So what I'm thinking the play is to hide tutorials. And I need to name a dwarf because a dwarf was claimed before I realized I hadn't turned it off and I thought I had. So I will get that dwarf named. I will also probably have another one to name in about 10 seconds. But that name request came in from Stormwolf, who wanted the expedition leader, who is Dusum. And Cordell, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you greatly. Just as a reminder to everybody, if you gift 5 subscriptions or more, Valorant has to give a minimum of 1 additional subscription on top. And I think that brings us up to what, 17? Yeah, 17. That video, very kind individual Valorant has thrown at the chat. So thank you. Appreciate you. Cheers, Cordell. Happy to help. Has anyone mentioned the Cliff and its craziest? No, it's the first time. Crazy. Thanks for the 5-pack, Devil Dawn. Appreciate you. And I will match the first 50 today that Valorant throws out. There's definitely a joke in there, and I'm not getting it right with legs. See you later out loud really loudly, and it'll maybe go away, what, to the alligator? See you later, alligator, I suppose. Generic dwarf, the big gray beard dwarf. Okay, too. Can do. Completely unmoved by art or natural beauty. And, is completely unmoved by art or natural or the beauty of nature, and is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is curious and eager to learn, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he tends to be a bit stubborn and changing his mind about things. Generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures and could be considered rude. He is not particularly ambitious, and he has a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of raising a family and personally thinks the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and does not particularly value the truth. Good guy to have in charge. He likes chromite and gold and tuba agate, as well as kia tooth and alpaca wool. The color sapphire, tetrahedra, statues, and large gems. Alpacas, for their resemblance to a miniature llama, and the sound of the bronze diamond, and the sight of the aquamarine of boulders. And when possible, prefers to consume grizzly bear, giant grizzly bear even, and fisherberry wine, and can't stand flies. You would have requested naming the gator? I mean, they may just, maybe if we catch one, but otherwise they'll just leave the map, so it's kind of a waste of a name. But we'll see. They may become notorious quite quickly. I'm also going to make a pen pasture. And for the pen pasture, we're just going to put those up in the pen pasture. There is a hype train happening right now, which means we only need 2 subscriptions, Prime subs or resubs, or $8 in bits. But if you gift 5, Valorant throws one on top. Expensive tastes. I mean, yeah. And as a reminder, just for a little bit of lore and world building, this is our faction. We are a member of the Rainy Corridors, which is a on the back foot but not destroyed Dwarven faction. And over here is my old fortress, who we are at war with because I made them attack just about everything. But we're also at war with goblins and more goblins who've taken over elves. We are allied, actually, with this local elven faction, so that's going to be interesting to see how that goes. And I'm not allowed to dig. Wolfest Wolf, thank you very much for the 5-pack. This also works in multiples, so if you gift 10, Valorant has to gift a minimum of 2, plus whatever, basically. And then the other dwarf that was requested was Generic Dwarf. Did you want me to name them Generic Dwarf? Okay, Generic Dwarf is a carpenter, and his last name is Lensbens. Feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He likes to brawl, and he tends to be a bit tight with resources when working on projects. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He tries to do things correctly each time and does not often feel lustful. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he has a greedy streak. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he does not go out of his way to help others. When he's trying to remember something, he usually starts tapping his feet. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least, and he only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Dulkin. I don't even think I saw that one. Thanks for the 5-pack as well. So Wolf is Wolf and Dulkin. The 2 additional Valor subs. Did I put an A in there? Am I being a dumb? I am being a dumb. Are the starting 7 still left for naming? Still on cooldown, just, yeah, for like 20 minutes. But I'm gonna do something silly. We got 2 giant alligators here. Who dies first and who gets a kill first? That's the question. Here we go. Seems like we're terrified and already in conflict. It appears that Kumil and Tourist, the expedition... Wait, what? Oh, I didn't give the expedition leader to Stormwolf. Oh well, it's fine. I completely misread who the expedition leader was. And before we all just die. Generic Dwarf is about to die, it seems. What an awful starting spot, man. Sorry, Generic Dwarf. Okay. We were able to get some axes, though. That's the good news. Fucking spawn campers, right? Right. Right. Are they gonna go over the edge? That's the question. Let's just chop down everything right here in the middle. Just right away. Oh, that's the wrong button. Chop down everything in the middle. Right away. That's all. So the game's like, consider a farm plot. You have no food. It's like, yeah, I know. It's because I forbid it all. Let's just make a... Just a food stockpile and a wood stockpile. Let's start off with food. Fort name idea, Gator Gulch. No, we're going with Chopstick. The problem is, how the fuck do I get them boulders? Okay, so I need, let's say 2 boulders. And just make a stone stockpile and see if anybody goes and gets it. What a shitty spot, though. Like, seriously. Chat room, thank you very much for that explosive little hype train. Seriously, means a lot. Seriously. With 26 more subscriptions. Okay, are you coming to get it? Generic Dwarf was found dead. They only just saw him dead? Wow. So also, who got the most kills? They both got names, I think, so they erased my nicknames for them. All right, well, let's go with... Let's try this again. I'm still going to try and catch them, although this one seems to be... They do seem to be traveling somewhere. I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to make a mechanic's shop and a carpenter's shop. Yes, that's no bueno. Let me tell you, that's that there's no bueno. Let's just get some of that beer up over here. The giant boars have arrived. Okay, so you are just going to make me like barrel, 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 wheelbarrow. And the wheelbarrow is going to go here, but not here. Perfect. Actually, let's just leave this forbidden right now. Where are you going? At least they're on the other side of the river. That is like our only real fortunate situation at the moment. I need a hospital, like, right now. So let's actually make a bed first. And a chest. But I need it... That needs to be indoors. So in order to do that, I will... Okay, let's just see what I can... Let's see what I can do. Let's make another carpenter shop and just get you making blocks. This is gonna be a heck of a fort, let me tell you. And let's actually unforbid this stuff. Okay. I think I'm only going to assign one dwarf to hauling. Let's put it on Erdim, who I think is currently hauling. Who's currently hauling stuff? Yeah. We're just going to put you on hauling and let everything else just currently do unrelated things while we make some materials. Let's make blocks. 3 dead, gators attacked, yes. I'm also going to turn off fishing for the moment because I don't need it currently. Don't know if you'll even catch anything, but there's definitely char down there, so we'll get something. With different types and amounts of sawdust that was added to bread? And then taste tested? I feel like I've seen that video. Yeah, no, these two guys attacked, and also it looks like currently YouTube chat has the kill count victory. Are they a breeding pair? No, they're not. God damn it. That would have been really funny. That would have been really funny, actually. But they are both ladies, so we can have egg layers. I'm kind of leaning wanting to catch the boars, though. I think I'm just going to use these logs. Because, like, I'm just going to need to build a little square box, like, right away. So let's try and just do that. Let's also move you down here. Get rid of that. Smallify this. I don't know how I can, like, interpret that question, Green. Like, are we talking about, like, in a fantasy video game kind of sense, or are we talking in actuality sense? Because when somebody dies, it's up to the family of the person. So their estate has that say, not the person who died. So if the estate says that it's grave robbing, then yes, it's grave robbing. Okay, everybody needs to help with hauling because that's construction. But if you're talking like a video game sense, it's like, it's not robbing if you don't get caught, but we're not here talking about video games. I'm also going to make caskets. Caskets. And I'm going to go along the top here. And the reason I'm doing that is so that I can get some underground space. Because I require that, or some under a roof space, because that is required to build indoor furniture. All right. Let's make 2 rock mechanisms as well. Let's prioritize one of them. Let's see where the crocodiles are. I'm just roaming around on the other side of the river. No, we have fun, and losing is fun, because Rock and Stone is a different game's motto. So you don't hear a Rock and Stone. I've convinced you to come to Twitch. Fair enough. Welcome to the Twitch side of things. It's going to be a massive pain with the indoor requirement, the number of deaths likely to happen, and if nobody goes too long, they have to deal. I mean, it just needs a singular roof. But the actual issue is I basically won't be able to make slabs. So slabs are going to be a hot commodity in this fort. Yeah, I know there's wooden caskets, but like if somebody falls into the middle of the river, I'm gonna have to recover that body if I don't have the stuff to make slabs. That's the issue. Okay, Kumail. These are some good moods. Verxile, hello. Thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. Well, I mean, the last time I did that on purpose in regards to Oops All Ghosts. Let's pause the wooden blocks, get you to help. I'm also going to put a bed right there. And a chest. And then once that's done, I'm going to make that into a hospital. But first I need to appoint a chief medical dwarf, who obviously is the dwarf that's injured. I mean, I can still make them into the chief medical dwarf. But, like, man. Okay. Let's just wait for those to be built before I designate that as a hospital. What happened to everyone? The fortress started directly next door to two giant crocodiles who have now left the map. Or two giant alligators. One killed two dwarves, the other one killed the other one. Like, we started right here. The alligators were literally right here. Quite literally just unlucky. Off to a great start, though. I mean, the moods are horrible. Everything is awful. Let's make this just cherry wood. I don't know why I'm like obsessing with cherry in this particular fort, but here I am. Let's also just get these dwarves buried, so I'm just going to forbid everything in here. Because they just need to finish up... Well, okay, not the cherry tree logs. But everything else in that, I'm just going to forbid for the moment. Because I just want these to get put away. Okay, getting the last of this done. No, of course. I screwed it up because I forbid them briefly. Gonna move the last of the geese up to here. And then set this as a hospital. And fucking... Okay, fine. And for doctor, you can be the doctor. For diagnoser, you can be the diagnoser. For surgeon, you can be the surgeon. And for bone doctor, I'll move the job around as need. Erdem is here diagnosing a patient. You know, I've had this almost exact same thing happen in other forts a long time ago, where I just had, like, you know, everything was kind of okay. And then suddenly, like, two giant alligators just murdered everybody. But it's been a really long time since I've had that exact order of operations happen. Like a really long time. It's kind of hilarious, actually, when you think about it. I diagnose you with mold. What actually are your injuries? His left hand is cut open. It's probably got an infection at this point. Needs dressing. Okay, so he just needs some cloth. So I'll just unforbid that. We are in an ad break, but maybe splints as well. A mild case of you got bit by a giant alligator. I'm 80% sure that the thing that bit you had no teeth is actually like probably a pretty apt description of their diagnosis. Oh my wordle. Okay. Let's just wait for another 25 seconds. Did Moses split my map in half? I would say Armok did probably, because Moses is still in the tavern and hasn't left it yet. I haven't seen Moses in months. One of my cats chased a werebeast and bit it. Wait, really? Oh, after the beast did the beast kill any of your dwarves? And was the cat owned by one of the dwarves? And this place is a mess? You had one job. Okay. I named the two giant alligators after Twitch chat and YouTube chat, so I blame Twitch chat and YouTube chat. They did it. Okay? This wasn't my fault. I'm gonna wait until this guy's had all of his wounds tended to. Because when he's had all of his wounds tended to... Actually, do I need... Okay, diagnose or Erdim, you can get moved down here. Because right now I don't actually know who's what. Because everybody's a doctor at the moment. Yeah, the moods are fantastic. I mean, the first 10 seconds of this fort began with all of my dwarves getting horribly murdered. Okay? Like 3 of my dwarves just getting murked on the scene of the, expedition start. So... So YouTube chat can blame Twitch chat, and Twitch chat can blame YouTube chat. What could possibly have happened? Giant alligators. 2 of them were literally... So my wagon was right here. The giant alligators were right here. And this dwarf is refusing to help now because... I'll give this one to Moreb. She would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live in complete harmony and finds humor in most situations. Tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She can handle stress and she rarely feels discouraged. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She lives a fast-paced life and she often feels lustful. She could be considered rude and she tries to do things correctly each time. She enjoys the company of others and she does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She is slow to trust others and she is slow to trust others, and she tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She occasionally overindulges, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She rolls her eyes when she's exasperated, and she scratches her ear when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. And likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at shitty work. You just finished work. Chat, fill them in, please. You guys know. Personally sees war as a useful means to an end, finds introspection to be a waste of time, and finds leisure time wasteful. Dreams of mastering a skill. And like shale black bronze and wood opal and grimeling leather. Lovely. Giant kangaroo bone in the color carmine, hatch covers, amulets, and the sound of silence. The sound of the flower of wonder, and the sight of the petals of cavorting? Cavorting? I don't know what that word is. And when possible, prefers to consume salmon and bumblebee mead. I could go for some salmon and mead. That sounds like a good dinner. Solid day. Hell yeah. Okay. The last thing I need to do is I need to make a cage trap. Nope, that's the wrong trap. Let's go cage trap. Let's make 2 cage trap. Just 1 cage trap, actually. Fuck it, actually. Let's make 2 cage trap. And then hopefully we can get to doctoring. Goose. You're supposed to be up here. Lesai. I'm just going to turn off hauling for the moment and just see if we can get some orderlies done. Okay. Because what I need is I need them to... What do you need for treatment? He needs dressing. Let's just go over here and unforbid all this. And then turn hauling back on. But I'm actually just going to delete this stockpile and this stockpile. Whatever Tarn wants to make. Quite literally. I don't want to choose. Because everything that I would want is on the list of stuff that would be developed for Dwarf Fortress anyways. And so for me, I don't really see the point in hyperfixating on something that will come eventually anyways. If I were to set a list of priorities, all of the UI shit that people bitch about, because I'm tired of hearing about it. Quite literally. On the good side, free clothes? Not really, because it's all, like, busted up and in pieces. This dwarf is making things difficult. Like, super difficult. Let's just remove that so they just haul what I need them to haul. Because right now they're prioritizing food, which makes sense. But now they will no longer haul food. I just want them to fill up this so that we can get this dwarf back on his feet. No, it's not, which is why I want like that to be finished so that people stop complaining. Because I'm, like I said, I'm tired of hearing people complaining about UI. Like, that's literally it. Like, if I could just snap my fingers and make a thing, it would be that. No back wall? I'm trying to get this fucking dwarf doctored, my guy. No back wall? These nuts. Back up your own goddamn wall. We got bigger problems. No shit, Sherlock. Christ almighty. Eat me. Alright, let's remove this. What in the name of fucking stupidity? That's what I fucking need, thank you. There's no birds on the map that could attack us at the moment. It's literally just land-dwelling things. So the back wall is not currently necessary. I will build one. But for right now, what matters is getting things set up to a point where we're not about to die. Did you manage to get more sleep? Nope. I've still slept like shit. But that's besides the point. We're doing okay. Thank you. Yes, he can. I'm digging this fortress. I'm just not allowed to dig in this fortress, if you know what I'm saying. We'll be forced to walk east. I mean, I might throw these dwarves east pretty soon. All right, well, I'm going to go to here. Oopsies, no, not here. I'm going to go to here. Going to remove all of these dwarves. I'm going to go Surgeon and give that to Moreb, who still seems to be somewhat functional as a dwarf. And of course, you're the one who chooses to do that, which I don't want you doing. Okay, you're gonna go sleep. Thanks. That's useful. Because, like, you need stitches, right? Like dressing. Everybody's set to do orderlies. Dressing should be surgery, I thought, but let's try just normal doctoring. I may have to go through the entirety of the list and just forbid everything. Elmiran, thanks for checking out a gift. Pack of 5. Appreciate you greatly. Right now, there is only one priority, and that's get that dwarf standing again. If we can't do that, I might as well just restart, as far as I'm concerned. Like, it hasn't even been a goddamn season yet. Like, this is what's perplexing me. Is like, they're all set to be brought there, but they're not. Like, they're refusing to do it. It's like, hauling is on. They should be able to haul. Like, even if I remove the one specified dwarf, they should be able to haul those items. Let's just do that, I guess. I started no chill. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm allowed to have, like, a couple grains of salt. Based on, like, what this fort has put me through in the last 90 minutes. Left hand needs dressing. Okay. Let's move you to... Okay, no, not you. Let's move you to bone... It's just back to normal doctoring, maybe. Let's have a doctor and a surgeon. Because I'm pretty sure it's one of those two. Moreb. And you're just being useless. Great. Just got an artifact iron and crossbow. Hell yeah, dude. Solid start, I say. Yeah, I don't know, man. Buddy here's just gonna die of infections. Tables, cabinets, and earrings? They only will make items based on their highest level skill. So if their highest level skill is like, you know, there we go. Hallelujah. Bless the fucking sun. Okay, now I have 4 functional dwarves again. God damn, man. They fucking figured it out, finally. Now, he might still die of infection, but at the very least, Stormwolf will do things again. Let's get that food stockpile remade. Ay, man. What's on the map at the moment? Okay, so all the big, threatening, scary things are not on the map at the moment, which is good. Which means we can just kind of do our things. No blocks. Mate. Do I need to smack you too? I'm literally making them. I wouldn't have half of these structures up yet if I hadn't used logs. Like, I don't really have options at the moment. If I did, I would absolutely be, you know, making blocks and whatnot. But, like, have you seen that we're in a bit of a predicament at this precise moment in time? Wall, better than no wall. Like, good lord. Armok, help me. Actually, maybe not that many. Maybe like half that. Yeah, instead of perfect right now, it's, yep, that'll keep the baddies out for the moment. Like, because I haven't seen any giant birds yet, I don't think you get agitated not giant animals. So we should be okay with just this for the time being. And that'll allow me to, like, extend this a wee bit. To, like, there. And get some flooring in here. And that won't take too long to construct or anything. It'll let me get the food put away. It'll let me maybe get some tables made. It'll let me get some mugs made. And then once the moods are not where they're at, and I actually have a little bit of a defense structure set up, then we can start thinking about things like making the fortress more, like, secure, literally. I mean, right now we're literally hanging on by a chopstick. The name became a bit more literal than I wanted. And don't even ask me about farming. That's a ways off. For sure. It's gonna end up like the twins from the Games of Thrones, a castle that spans both sides of the river. That's a cool design for a castle. It really is. Trying to make my next fort by a river like that. You can try to build the City of Bridges. You'll get a lot more of them if you just use all the default settings for Advanced World Gen. The normal World Gen generates barely any of these large rivers. Also, I haven't been looking at the weather, but is it raining much? And just in case we get traders, I need to build one of these. Which actually, let me just pause all of these flooring jobs. We'll do those second. Maybe like half the wood jobs as well. Wall jobs, because this needs to get done. We do have like a month to get it done though, so it should be okay. You pause. You finish. What else is on the map at the moment? Just pikes and giant sponge. To drop support pillars for a bridge. What do you mean? To drop support pillars for a bridge? Could you explain what you mean by drop support pillars? Like, are you talking about like using support pillars to make a cave-in? Only wagons can't go over cage traps. Normal traders can go over cage traps, no problem. This is only going to restrict wagons. Wasn't sure if a bridge could be built across the river. If you mean a bridge as in, like, bridge, as long as they start on one side and just keep building, like, I could go all the way across without any supports. If you mean bridge as in bridge, you also don't need supports. The only time you would need supports is if you want to have something suspended without touching the edges. I'm also going to remove all of these dwarves as doctors, because none of these are fucking doctors, let's be real. Okay, getting that done. Now that that's being done, I will unforbid all of these wall pieces. No, it's got, there is no structural integrity mechanics in Dwarf Fortress. Currently. Also, yeah, these are alligators, not saltwater. I keep saying crocodiles because I'm dumb, but they're actually alligators. This structure is probably going to get completely demoed, actually. This is very much just like a temporary stopgap until I can get a better solution up. Are you telling me to do that? How would I do that without digging? That would go against the whole point of the entire exercise here. Could have mechanical bridges between an isolated construction. Yeah, mechanical bridges can't be built unless they're touching the edge, right? And you can't use them to support things because they're not load-bearing. They'll just drop whatever you try to select. Can't you construct everything you need for a cave-in? I mean, in theory, but that would also then presume that there is open space underground directly beneath me, which would be really funny. But, like, I don't know how... Actually, I don't even know how deep this map is. I haven't looked. It is only 52 layers deep. I mean, like, I could just drop something into the river and see if it finds a cavern, which wouldn't that be fucking funny? But, like, I don't know. I mean, a cave-in would only work if it was one layer thick. Actually, the other thing I need to do is just go here. And make a wood stockpile. You know, I'm just going to be very early to something that I'm never this early to. I'm just going to make a infinite stockpile here. Because getting this wooden side is going to be important. Yeah, that's what I want to know. Who's the idiot who parked the wagon right at the edge of the thing? Clearly the expedition leader. I mean, which one was the dwarf who, like, hated knowledge? Was it the expedition leader? No. Was it Stormwolf who hates knowledge? I'm blaming Stormwolf, who personally thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and does not particularly value the truth. So, Stormwolf was driving the wagon and then he lied about it. We could blame it all on generic dwarf, but I think that dwarf's personality checks out, personally. You like thinking up canon reasons for it? Someone wanted to go fishing? No, I do not believe in gravity. Flies away. It's like a 2001 YouTube or 2009 YouTube sketch. Gravity is not real and gravity cannot hate you. Floats away. What in the hell? Okay, so now that that's done. Wood, logs. They will take items from there. Yes, and you will load wood, logs, and I will get rid of all these. And I will add that Ashen minecart in. All right, as for everything else, I need a stone stockpile. You know, I might just sell a horse. To the traders. Like, I might just sell them the yak and a horse. Which is maybe like the most humane thing you can do to your starting livestock in Dwarf Fortress. Because I'm just looking at this and going, I have no idea like what I can sell right now. Outside of like food, which I don't really want to sell if I don't have to. More like an economy for a horse. Well, the known world is flat in Dwarf Fortress. You know, Tarn's reasoning for the world not being a ball in Dwarf Fort is literally it's really hard to math squares into a ball. And he doesn't want to, like, have non-traversable spaces. It's really funny to me. Okay. Just do it like Civ, then they'd have to be hexes. Oh, you mean like have it like wrap like wallpaper? Yeah, I mean that is a way to do it. I think the actual reason that it doesn't that the worlds are not spherical in Dwarf Fort is that they just haven't developed that into the engine yet. That's probably the actual reason. Hexagons like in RimWorld. RimWorld cheats in a lot of ways though that Dwarf Fortress doesn't. Like Dwarf Fortress is just is so deterministic that you can't really, at least the way the game works right now. It's so deterministic in the way its world gen works. It wouldn't work. You can't do it currently. RimWorld isn't as dedicated to the overall world simulation as Dwarf Fortress is, which, like, you know, it's the reason I like Dwarf Fortress, or one of the main reasons I like Dwarf Fortress anyway. All right. See, now we're starting to get blocks. Wood blocks. I'm actually just going to go down here and get rid of this and remake it. And make cherry wood blocks. Oh, that sucks, Doctor. I can't remember, is RimWorld DRM free? Like, could you like roll back a version and then just like copy your install file? Hexagons are bestagons, but Dwarf Fortress doesn't use hexagons because hexagons don't exist in ASCII. That's the other thing, is Dwarf Fortress is limited to ASCII, right? Any unnamed dwarf? Well, there's only two, so which one do you want? Tourist or Kib? No, but like most people have the Steam version, so like the question is the Steam version like install directory copyable? Wretched, the first half of your name is really, really, really checking out right now. Not much Central Castle yourself. You can do that with the Steam version too? Yeah, I guess that would be the way to go, right? I don't know. I had the version through the website for a really long time for RimWorld when I played that game. You can do that with the Steam version too? Yeah, there you go. Now you don't need to stop being a troll. But like if you throw shade, I throw it back. So catch, you know? Let's see if you can survive as a woodcutter. I mean, they're both woodcutters, so that doesn't help me, Zachris. Which one do you want? Do you want the expedition leader or do you want the Kib? Do you want Kib or Tourist? Which one do you want? Kib? Okay. They're literally all woodcutters. In case you haven't noticed. She is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. She lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and she can handle stress. She has a sense of duty, and she still views loyalty in a dim light, at least in the abstract. She often feels envious of others, and she likes to brawl. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she isn't particularly ambitious, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She doesn't easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She dreams of raising a family and personally disdains loyalty and does not care about friendship. Yeah, it's just funny because you're just like, I want to see if I can survive as a woodcutter. It's like, okay, but like, which one? Always goes back to the old reference of like, oh yeah, I finally saw South Park. Which episode? The one where Kenny dies. Uh-huh. Which episode? Like shirt and silver and blue diamond, rhinoceros parchment, the color pale blue, dogs for their loyalty, and the sound of the petals of phrasing, and the sight of the aquamarine of boulders. I'm impossible first consume. I legitimately for a second there thought it said water. Prefers to consume water. I was like, what? Water buffalo cheese. And custard apple cider, and absolutely hates jumping spiders, you monster. She has dense hair. She worships the god Az and is a member of the denomination of Earth. You know, honestly, the name, this fortress, this stupid swamp of stumps is really starting to check out. I don't think so, Jasper. I feel like I would have seen it before. This fort looks promising. We're down to 4 dwarves, and my moods have the worst positive to negative average I've had in years. Promising? I respect the enthusiasm, though. Do you have any rules on when you decide to name dwarves after Twitch chatters? It's a redemption that you redeem. So you have to wait for the redemption to be available, and if you get the redemption, then you get it. Is the giant rectangle cutout natural? This? Oh yeah. It's just a giant river. They're a little hard to find, but I mean, this will either be a really short fort, or it'll be just fine. It's one of the two. But isn't that kind of every fort, though? I should start making cheese. Yeah, you really have to look to find large rivers, unless you use Advanced World Gen. They're called major rivers, because like there's streams, there's creeks, there's rivers, and then there's major rivers, and this is a major river. Either it works or it doesn't, yeah. No, I'm just being very practical and realistic here. Oh no, certainly. It is absolutely a cliff. I don't really care what I use here, so let's just throw some hazelwood down here. Also chop this down. Basically, I don't want these dwarves to ever try to cross here, or they're just dead, and I'm never getting the body back. So I'm just going to wall this off, because dwarves think that this is a way across because that's pathable. But if I just put a wall across here, they'll never even try. Greats? No. No, greats are not load bearing. So I could place one grate, and then I place a second grate, and it'll cave in, and the dwarf will fall. I will just build a bridge across it. And I'll probably put traps on it as well. The moods could barely get any worse. So what do you think, chat? Are we going to get to trade? Man, I hope so. Let me just place a cage if I have one. I don't think I have one. No. We may also not get traders this year, but I do hope we get traders. A dwarf dodging off a cliff? All right. I'll do my best to build handrails. I mean, the actual plan is to just slowly do this. Oopsies. Like, it'll slowly get safer with time. More of a woody start, but I digress. But yeah, no, certainly. This is about as bad as things could go without, like, everybody except for one dwarf dying. Although, thankfully, the giant alligators have fucked off for the moment. It's just ravens flapping about. Although, hold up. I know this is like... Okay, I don't know where my anvil went. I was worried for a second there that it had been stolen, which, you know, legitimate concern. Let's pause that. And place a cage right there. There's also a very real chance that traders arrive on the other side of this gigantic fucking river. So... it's impossible to embark with a were-dwarf, so, like, if you start a fortress and immediately, all but one die, it's not possible for that last one to be a were-dwarf, but that would be really funny. We need Sam Porter Bridges. Yeah, damn right. Whatever the name of that actor is. Norman Reedman. Yeah. Definitely. That's definitely his name. Absolutely, yes. You know, dwarves, I am trying to make you bedrooms, believe it or not. I know you don't believe me right now, but I am trying to make you bedrooms. I can't very effectively make you bedrooms if you're all sleeping. So wake up! Yeah, lazy little shits. Actually, let's do this. One, two, three. Norman Walkman? A Sony branded Norman Walkman. I have several of those. Not Norman Walkmans, but if I ever decide to name one of my Walkmen, I'm going to name it Norman. Yeah, those birds are not going to attack us, though. Those are just ravens. So we don't have to worry about untamed wilds ravens. At least not for the moment. least I don't need many beds. Goblin copters. I've always told this story, but once I got sieged by an army of elves that were riding undead giant ravens. And those undead giant ravens passed through the volcano into my fort, so I had flaming undead giant ravens flying up and out of my metal forges. It was one of the most terrifying moments of my gaming time in this game. More than a day's travel. Okay, so my presumed mountain home, which is here, or here, are a day's travel away. I don't think I'm going to get to trade this year. Also, it appears that the Fortress of Colorbeard is both invading my space actively, which I did. I attacked this location. It actually specifically states that the army of Ethal Granite Fence marched. And that's always fun. Right here. I'm looking to see if I can spot any dwarves that I recognize the name of, but I'm sorry. Became the Abbot of the Order of Thrones? What a good name. That's such a good name. They're invading my mountain home. So my mountain home is actively at war with my old fort, so it is possible I'm just not going to get traders this year, partially because we started in the summer. So we may literally like just have these 4 dwarves for like a year plus. At least until we hit spring. It is certainly possible that that could happen that way. Actually, no, let's put you one further over. Yeah. Fucking thank God. Telenartho, thank you very much for the raid. How do outside dwarves cheer up? Same exact way any dwarves cheer up. I've run outside forts that are just as happy as underground forts. There's absolutely zero issues with embarking above ground. The only reason these dwarves are pissed off is because in the first 10 seconds of this fortress, 3 dwarves were ripped to pieces. Like, literally, that's the only reason that the moods are bad in this fort. Is because it started catastrophically. Yeah. Anyway, it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, and a caravan from the rainy corridors is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and a meaningless death. Well, we need to buy a pick so I can deconstruct things. First week, we lost... Well, we went from 7 to 4, so you can do the math. Thank you very much for the raid, though. Appreciate you. Hey, chat. Just as a reminder, Twitch has a deal today where if you gift 5 subs, somebody named Valorant, not sure who that is, I think it's like my great auntie Valerie, will gift an additional subscription and sometimes more. We're currently at 21 that Valorant has been forced to gift in my chat. If or when we hit 50, I will match it. Or whatever number it's at when I feel like it. So thanks to Valley over here. But when I end the stream, I will match whatever number that is up to 50. Das Space, thanks for gifting out a 5-pack. And that bumps Valley's number up to 23. Appreciate you. Yeah, I need a lever so I can connect it to that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to this, and I'm going to put this horse and this yak into this cage. I'm also going to pause all of these. I'm also going to just pause this for a moment by forbidding the minecart. Also, shit, where are they? Where are the traders? They're on the right side of the river. Bless our luck. Let me tell you. Oh, that could have gone so much worse in almost every way. All right. Now, what the fuck do I ask for? It needs to be packs of 5, or pack of 5 or more. So 5 Valorant gifts a minimum of 1, 10 Valorant gifts a minimum of 2, etc. Trade first, then ask. True, actually. I mean, I'm going to be selling them a yak and a horse. That is it. I could also potentially give them some cheese if they stick around long enough. I'm also actually just going to go over to this farmer shop over here. Like that. And sometimes there's a chance for it to give more. So Devil Dawn chucked out a 10-pack, and we got 2 dice rolls for how many Valorant throws out, and it threw out 6. So I could have been 1 in 5. 50, I think, is the most, yeah, that Valorant can throw up. So let's just make cheese, free up some of my barrels. So let's deconstruct this sucker. And then I can go here and just type in cage. And then I need to go here and make a broker. I forgot that I made him a comedian. That's funny. Sandrel Casserole. Thank you for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Remember, this is like a once-a-year thing, but like don't do things that you can't afford if you can't afford it. So if you can't afford subs, just don't fucking worry about it. Just hang out and post beers. Who needs a horse and a yak when you have goat and cheese? Well, I don't know. If I had a breeding pair of horses or a breeding pair of yaks, then I would consider it. But like, this is the most... I think this might actually be the first time I've ever done this. Like, sold the starting livestock. Like, back to them. I think this might be the first time I've ever done that. Okay, so they brought 1 steel bar. So I could make, like, a sword. I could buy that KV in a copper cage and melt it down. That actually seems to be the best deal so far. So let's buy the KV in the copper cage and set that to be melted and butcher the KV. Let's buy the large copper disc. The giant copper axe blade? Axe blade. Well, I'm going to butcher the KV. Make it into a totem. Sell it back to them eventually. But it's also too heavy. Which is funny. they brought some clay, which is actually not very useful to me. So let's... Ugh. Let's just buy all their cages. Oh, not all of them, because I can't afford all of them. But I'll buy the ones I can afford. Those can be melted. I'm gonna buy the 2-bit or... Yeah, I'll see if I can do this. Can they be fired into slabs? No. Okay, no, that's not it. That's not enough, so I have to drop one thing. I could just buy the clay block and just deal with it. Just have it around. Build it into a floor piece or something. I'm gonna buy the 1 Galena block. 1, because it's heavy, and 2, it'll, it could be used as part of an artifact in case I need a stone block. And let's... I don't know. Buy one of these. I don't have much value left, like... Try and buy a quiver, but like, what's the point? I'm just not going to worry about the cave spider silk thread right now, because they shouldn't be picky early on. Shouldn't be. If they are, well then, oops, I fucked up. Oh, I know something else I can trade. I can sell the used clothing. I can do that. Let's buy that barrel. Let's buy that barrel. Let's buy... No, not the bumblebee venom. Charum, thanks for 29 subscriptions. Balance up to 30. I could just gift 30, like, right now if you guys want. And then do 20 more later. What do you think, chat? Slightly chewed clothing. Yeah, it might have some bite marks, but... Okay, we'll just do that. %off gently used. I mean, based on thrift store prices in the current year, I don't think they'd get any discount. Let's also connect this lever up to my bridge. What use is venom? None. Not in fort mode, anyway. In adventure mode, you can theoretically use it to poison things. But Charum, seriously, thank you so much for the hype train. You guys are very kind. Yeah, I think that might be the first time I've ever used... Torstein Longbeard, thank you very much for the 5-pack. That might be the first time I've ever just sold my starting animals back to them. Like, ever. I don't think I've ever done that before. Oh, we got some giant birds. Sparrow spotted. What, getting gifted a sub? Full Jaws? First time for everything, I suppose. Dorf over here is making llama cheese, looks like. Let's also embiggen this stockpile a little bit. Get you over here to trade. So that gives us another 480. Buy those steel bars. Let's buy the milk barrel and the empty barrel. I kind of want to buy that axe, but I could also just buy these 2 hammers and melt those down. Yeah, one dwarf has improved their mood slightly. Once I get them a little dining room and we get this place set up a little better, I think moods will begin to improve slowly. Let's see if I can do that. Yes! They gave me a yellow trade. Nice of them. Because our dwarf here has improved their, some ability to do something a little bit. Let's go here and make this into a bedroom. Just a singular bedroom. I will give that to the expedition leader because he's pissed. I will also do something that's going to look a little silly, but trust me. I got this. See? I got this. I'm your liaison from the I'm your outpost from the liaison homes. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. The question is, what do we request? It's like, do I request stuff to melt down, or do I request ore? Or do I request probably blocks, right? Can I request blocks? Because, like, I could just be like, bring me enormous corkscrews or something. But ore is so heavy, that's the problem. I'm not going to worry about stone for slabs. We're just going to try and keep dwarves from falling into the river, and if they fall into the river, I can get them out. Stone, like, slabs are not a priority. It's a thing that could be a problem, and if that's a problem, we'll deal with it when we get to it. I'm not going to worry about slabs. I'm allowed to melt stuff down. I'm allowed to use any materials I import for whatever purpose. I'm not going to dupe stuff, though. That's cheating. But I'm not allowed to dig. That's the restriction. I'm not allowed to dig. Metal toys? I can't specify metal, though. I can just say toys. So I could request toy boats. But I can't specify them to be metal. Because, like, if I request, like, you know, iron ore, they'll only bring iron ore because these are going to be such small trading caravans initially. Whereas if I go to metal bars and say, bring me copper, I will get a much larger turnout. Toy boats across the river. Galaxy brain thinking here. Let's go with copper bars. And slate blocks. The rule of this map is me, the player, Captain Kami, is not allowed to use picks to dig anywhere on the map. Coins to have a point would require duping. I think I'm okay with just bars. Jet blocks are lighter. True. Jet is the lightest material, isn't it? Or the lightest stone, I guess. So, like, if I build a structure and cave it in and it just happens to break into a passageway that's one tile beneath the ground, like, theoretically, sure. But I don't know where the cavern layers are, so... But the rule is I am not allowed to dig. And nothing else really digs on the map. At least not in the game currently. Where the fuck is Jet in here? I don't see no Jet. She probably just went past it. Living out to my name right now. I don't see it. All right, well, I'm just going to go with slate, because I like the color of slate. I'm also going to go close the blinds real quick so that I don't start to look like a demonic entity. There we go. That looks better. You can't sort by alphabetical. It's not an option. That's a DFAC thing, I think. They need thread. Well, that's nice. Just turn off auto loom and go for all the thread. Let's get the rest of this going. You over here making cheese. Seems to like his job, though, so that's good. Satanic Pineapple Satanic Pineapple Denden? I read your name initially as Satanic Pineapple Dandelion. Thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. I think we've made enough cheese at this point. What a gorgeous fort. Foodstuff is primarily cheese. I think the other thing I should do, unironically, is I should just build a wall across here. And then what I'll do is once I've basically connected to this side, is I can knock down parts of this wall. And then begin to expand out. So, like, once these are built back here, and once they're done what they're doing here, I'm going to try and... Well, actually, why don't we just go, like, up to here, and then over to here, and then start going around this way. I think that's what we're going to do. It's a major river. So major rivers are just, like, a very large river. They're kind of hard to find in the overworld. You specifically need to look for them. They have a slightly different sprite than normal rivers. And autumn has come. Mid-autumn now. But the rule for this fort is I'm not allowed to dig. I mean, as somebody who literally donated money to the Satanic Temple once, kind of for the meme of it, kind of not really for the meme of it. Yeah, it's fine. Can I show you on the map? So, like, this is a normal river. I can't zoom in, obviously, but this is a major river. So the difference is, like, when you hover your mouse over this, it'll just say, like, river. This will say major river. It's, like, slightly wider. Satanic Temple is, like, a group that's formed as a religion specifically to, like, lobby. But, I'm not super sure about the Church of Satan. Probably. I mean, they're mostly just metalheads. In some ways, they're probably... In some ways, they are more chill than most other religions. Although, I guess it depends on your definition of chill. Yeah, I've listened to their music before, actually. Phil Jones, now that you mention it. Jesus in YouTube chat wants to know if he should be concerned. Chat, does Jesus need to be concerned? It's just a phase, Mom. That's all I have to say. It's not a phase! Okay, so I'm going to just see if I can get a wall all the way over to here, and if I can, then I will nick these. And then it's going to be project wall off creek is going to be the project. And then I will build a bridge across probably. Not a retractable one, a physical bridge over here so that I can put traps on it. Because a lot of creatures will just try and walk across the map. And if they're trying to just walk across the map, then I want to, you know, lock them in. And then I will knock this wall down over here. And then we can figure out how we're going to start actually building this fort. Because we are slightly exposed at the moment. Jesus did miss the rapture. Actually, yeah, Jesus, shouldn't you have been raptured? Excuse me, sir. God, that was a... So I missed the rapture completely because I'm not on TikTok at all. And I just, like, woke up one day and at the end of a stream day and, like, decided to go on, watch some YouTube videos. And every other video I follow from, like, bigger commentary channels was just, like, about how the TikTok thought the rapture was happening. And I'm just, like... just the fuck, man. It's just funny. He's been here the whole time, though. Clowny smiles. He's actively... Jesus is an active member of the YouTube chat. Also, unrelated to anything. YouTube chat. I turned off the leaderboard because I personally think it's kind of dumb and makes no sense. If they ever add anything to it that makes it make sense and not so dumb, I'll look into re-adding it. But for the time being, I think it's just kind of silly. So I turned it off. So if it disappeared and you're wondering why, that's why. It's because I turned it off. I mean, it is funny. Like, don't get me wrong, it's funny. Bismuth. Okay, so now in order to deconstruct things, I do need a dwarf set up as a miner. It's purely for deconstruction. A devoted mortal. I have one unnamed dwarf. Is that what you want? Do you want Tourist? The expedition leader is the one that's left. Okay. What did you want me to name this person? Did you want me to name him after you, or did you want me to name them Devoted Mortal? It's just a question of what you would like to name them. Yes, of course you can have this one. Devoted Mortal? Okay. It'd be very ironic if this dwarf becomes immortal. He is very greedy and is great trouble fear when mastering danger. Wait. Has great trouble fear when mastering danger? That was a genuine, like, flipperino of words. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted with danger, like those crocodiles, which is why he survived. He is slow to trust others, and he has an active imagination. He tends to avoid crowds, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He has a menacing stare when he's angry, and he chews his lips when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. Dreams of raising a family and personally respects the development of a skill. He likes conglomerate and lead, as well as yellow diamond, giant II leather, short swords, and gauntlets and windows and cats for their aloofness. When possible, he prefers to consume char, guppy, dwarven cheese, and potato wine, and absolutely hates large roaches. And his left hand is dented. It's lucky that's all it is. Although you do have an infection, and a motor nerve is severed, so you could actually succumb to that infection and die. Let's hope that doesn't happen. I'm going to follow this dwarf until you grab a pickaxe. I mean, it is pretty funny, once again. That wasn't a dwarf doctor video. That was a human, and they were a mummy, and no, they did not survive. They died because I put them in the arena to fight, and he tried his damnedest, resurrected a bunch of things, including a forgotten beast, made it halfway down the stairwell, and then decided to resurrect the same dwarf zombie like a couple hundred times. And I think it was a dwarf. May have been a goblin, actually. And killed it about 222 times, but every single time he resurrected it, it got a little bit stronger. And eventually it punched him in the head and his head exploded. It's pretty memorable, actually. The migrants have arrived. And there was much rejoicing. Come on, rejoice. We're only going to get like 2, right? It'd be very funny if we just go up to 7. And chat's just gonna be like, man, why is everybody so pissed off? It's like, well, everybody died. It's like, but what? Hey, at least we're up to 7. It's almost a 50% increase. Just wow. Just fucking wow. Oh, and you're married. Look at that. This dwarf looks 125 years old. Like, I know it's kind of a mean thing to say about somebody. It's like, you look old, but that dwarf looks old. Let's just go down here and make a weapons stockpile. Orange_Tidja. Thank you for the 10 pack of gift subs. Appreciate you greatly. Seriously. Thanks much, man. The very kind individual Valorant is now up to 34 gifted subs, which means at the end of the stream I will gift 34 subs, or up to 50 if the number go that high. Dwarfy McDumdy, please go grab your pickaxe so I might dig through that. I guess instead they're just more interested with putting items in the stockpile. Let's just pause this whole task. Yeah, well, no, we're more like back to square 7. We're back to 7 dwarves. Yep, we did in fact get some migrants, which is lovely. All right, so I may actually have to like designate digging for that dwarf to go get a pickaxe. Let's see. I will delete the job when a dwarf grabs a pickaxe. But I require somebody to go get a pickaxe. Please go pick up the pickaxe. Oh, I see. Pfft, I have it set to nobody does this. That's why. Okay, now I can make you drop it. It's fine. All right, because you need pickaxes to break walls. So now that I've done that, I can do this. And this. And this. Well, actually, let's not do that. Let's do this instead. Save the Save the blocks. You go there. Yours goes there. Yours goes there. Let's do it this way. Thanks for being around to be gifted one, Zereza. For this fortress, yes, digging is in fact heretical. And not digging is hysterical, so I hope this fort will be entertaining. So right now, things can still just walk into the fort very easily, actually. But the next thing I gotta do is I gotta do this. Actually, I might make 2. Maybe 3. But let's start with 2. And I need to go mechanism, mechanism. Mechanism, mechanism. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll save 1. Saving 1 boulder. Any good beards on the migrants? 1. I mean, there was only 3, and it was a husband, a wife, and the third wheel. It was like a husband, a wife, and their passing acquaintance, the dyer, Madame McUnibrow here. Seems to be a novice armor user. How about you? Any history? Nothing crazy. How about the wife? Oh, she's got a decent-sized family. Oh, apparently she's the half-sibling of the Outpost Liaison. Which is always kind of fun. So, your mother is Cyril and your father is Deucim. How about you? Your mother is... Oh, okay, so they share a dad, actually. That's fun. Neat. I always kind of like that when, like, there's some relation to the nobles in the fort. I'm gonna have to fix those walls to make them nicer looking. Trying to make this as secure as I can, as quickly as I can. You know, why don't I just make a dormitory for right now? I was like, I should assign specific bedrooms to try and get the moods up. No, I'm just gonna do that. Imagine that being your bedroom. It's just like, there's a tiny little ledge roof, and that's where you live. These dwarves are always like, fuck this, I hate it here. All right, chat, what do you guys think should be our top priority? Because right now, these are the things we need. We need somewhere for them to socialize. We need more actual industry. And I also need to start smelting stuff down. So what would you guys like to see me begin with? More like a prison? I mean, this would be the easiest prison to break out of. Like, for Dwarf Fortress, this is about as easy as, like, to break out of as you could make. Chill outdoor pub with nice patio. So kind of what I'm thinking, like, just from a design perspective, I'm just gonna probably knock down that up to there and knock down this up to here. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna probably build a layer down and then another layer down. And then here, like suspended on the side of this, is probably what we're gonna do. And I want to get a glass industry up and running because this is all sand. And because I can gather sand from that wall, glass industry is kind of where I'm thinking. Let's also start this and get the dwarves. Oh, actually, did I do that too? Yeah, I did that way too high a priority. Let's also start that and just start gathering up some plants because we're going to need more drink. So what I'm doing here, basically, is I'm making these, like, tiny little bridges, and I'm going to stick cage traps in the middle of them. So when creatures walk past, if they happen to walk past, my dwarves will... Oopsies. My dwarves will, or they'll get caught in the cage traps, and then we'll be able to catch them. That's the hope here, anyway. Because one would expect that, you know, any situation here where, you know, giant animals arrive, we want to be able to catch them. Like a tavern under the waterfall? That seems like a really good way to have giant alligators fall into your fortress, but I mean, there's certainly some comedy there. And also, there's a bunch of giant birds over here. I'm actually just gonna... I've noticed some weirdness with giant birds, so I'm gonna try something real quick. Okay, cool. So basically, I need to hunt those guys. Gator Falls? The gators didn't fall down it, though, but I mean, we could totally name the tavern Gator Falls. I mean, definitely, we'll have to do something like that. But I don't know about right away, though. This is Untamed Wilds, yes. This is, in fact, that. Okay, you... I'm sorry, why is there a horse there? I guess it arrived with the migrants. Let's make... Oh, blocks is what I want. And also, now that this side over here is done, I'm gonna start hacking down the trees on this side. And keep an eye on agitated anything. I also should probably make a hunter. I'm gonna give to this dyer. And I'm going to make me a boyer. Oh, actually, I'm gonna make a butcher shop first. I'm just not going to be picky about where I put it for now. And let's put a tanner shop right there and a craft store shop right there. But let's just get this stuff done first, and then we'll worry about emptying out the extra cages. I have a question. What is the bug? Because I've heard people talk about this bug, but I'm not entirely positive I've encountered it. Because like the only thing I really noticed that's happening with archer, like, well, not archers, marks dwarves, because you don't use archers. That's silly. I haven't noticed them training as much. They still train, they just don't train anywhere near as much. So I'm curious as to what bug you're referring to specifically. Why did you do that? Silly dwarf. But in my opinion, the best way to level up archers is like what I did in the last fort, which is just have a bunch of archers or marks dwarves and just get them to train wrestling. And because when they're training on live targets, they train 7 times faster. And if you just get them training wrestling, then they never get hit with anything, which is like problem number 1. They get very good at dodging and avoiding stuff. And then they train exceptionally fast whenever they're in a combat scenario. So after like a siege and a half, I'd swear that this dwarf just fell in there, but they didn't. After like a siege and a half, they're like unstoppable monsters. So that's generally my strat for them. Let's just move everything over here. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I didn't realize that it was connected to stacks. Like, I've noticed it, but I wasn't sure if people knew what the cause of it was. So that's good to know, actually. Thank you. I guess that's even more reason to just have wooden bolts around, but... So does a Rangers Guild, though. Tyrantos. Rangers guilds teach ambushing. This dwarf's a competent mace dwarf, actually. Guilds are like crucial to like Dwarf Fortress existence, actually. You know, I might actually just make a Rangers guild. I've been like sitting here and trying to figure out what kind of guild I should start with. I might just make a Rangers guild. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do that. Question is, where the fuck do I put it? Let's just let these dwarves clean up these logs for a little bit. And while I do that, I'm going to go here and make a guild. Just going to set it as a ranger guild and just set it to citizens only. If you set it to citizens only, it doesn't matter the value. You only need to hit the value requirement if there's 10 dwarves of that skill. I don't even have 10 dwarves, so I don't really need to worry about that much. And I'm going to slaughter this bunny rabbit and this KB. And then I'll make 2 totems. River did some serious erosion. Oh, yeah. Next to the Grand fucking Dwarven Canyon. So we've now got a rabbit skull and a other skull. Good job. You get to make some crafts, Mareb. These 2 trees need to go down, though. Can also unpause making cheese. What is the totem for? It's a craft job. It gets rid of the skulls, and you can sell it for like 10 dwarf bucks. It just gets rid of the skulls. That's it. So I don't need to put them in a... It's a cheap craft, basically. That can, like, be traded, I guess. So I think I'm going to chop down all non-fruit trees back here. That's probably what we're going to do. Give them to the elves for the extra respect. You know, I'm going to try and, like, not go to war with them immediately. Thanks. Especially considering my faction is allied with them, which means I'll be able to get away with quite a lot. Without them just, like, murdering me. Just going to make a wood furnace out of the Galena blocks, actually. I'll probably deconstruct this after a bit. You're just eating. Hi, ADJ. How's things? Everything started off terrible. The fortress began the first 10 seconds of its existence by a bunch of dwarves getting eaten by an alligator, giant alligator. So we started with 4 dwarves, not 7. One of them was named too. Named a dwarf, died immediately. I do have 2 extra mechanisms. So I'm going to put an additional cage trap in here and an additional cage trap right there. Welcome back, Ma, in YouTube chat. With the sacrifice of dwarves. I mean, the big scary animals did leave, except for those ominous evil birds that are hiding in the corner. Exclamation point goal will answer that question. Also, we're in an ad break. I'm just going to go use the washroom. I'll be right back. Oh boy. Okay. You in the corner? What? Death by sleeping is correct. All you need is a singular overhang and nothing can climb it. But things can climb trees regardless. But right now it's a matter of just getting the basics down. All right. You there, you there, you there. Let's get this roofed off first, I think. Oopsies. And also getting a lot of blocks done so I can have smooth walls instead of just walls. Yeah, food is like a non-problem. You want to know how you have unlimited food? Do that every like 6 weeks. That's edible. That's edible. That's edible. Or actually, that one's not. That is like half, if not more than half of these are edible. There's apple trees and fruit trees everywhere. There's just apples on the ground. So if I go here and I grab this, and then I just say pick up fruit off the ground, they'll go gather apples, and then we'll have fruit. Like, food is like quite literally a non-issue. I probably won't even need to farm. In fact, there's an apple tree right here, so I could actually just like go right here and just make a gather fruit stock or zone right there. Set it to just pick up off the ground, and like a couple seconds later, someone's just gonna run over there and just start gathering them. Are we gonna get apple cider? Probably. I mean, it's that time of year. It's late autumn. I mean, eventually I might do some above ground farming, but like, just watch them pick up apples as the leaves fall. See? It's got 2 apples. Easy fucking peasy. So yeah, no. Like, quite literally, food is the smallest issue in this fort. Sounds like he's very well trained and very strong. You're captain of the guard. Okay, so you've made two charcoal. Let's just make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more, and then I will just go over here and make a smelter. I will wait until all this is done. Then I will deconstruct this. Then I will make a smelter, and then I will set all that to be smelted. Where did the ground go? Down. Hopefully not up. That'd be concerning. I'm kind of surprised about how many people haven't seen major rivers before, though. It was one of the first things I noticed when I first started playing this game was, wow, that's a big river. Why is that river bigger? You can have major rivers, which are like, can form these giant canyons. They're talking about towers, Ma, in YouTube chat. So yeah, it's a giant river. It's just a big ass canyon. Yeah, sometimes you get like some pretty humongous waterfalls on them too, but they're kind of dangerous. They're almost always untamed wilds, and they're usually like this. They're almost, oh wow, of course now they appear on this side where like... There's Lignite over here? Man, and I'll never be able to use it. That sucks. Anyway, like there's giant wild boars, you know, you see? That river has a tiny bump. That's from the waterfall. Yikes, Contraman. Noel Kid, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Probably not for a while. Probably eventually, Noel Kid, but not for a while, because the nearest Elven faction I'm actually allied with, which is a world gen thing, which is actually very common. Dwarves allying with the elves, which I think actually happened because this is my old faction that I was playing in yesterday. And we have also the Spiral of Magic is the name of an item or book there. That's great. This place, we started invading everything, including, and also all of these red sites here were locations I took over as this faction, which are now probably huge. If I were to bet. Yeah, 600 dwarves there. Oh my. Actually, never mind. That's an elven fortress that we're at war with. So I don't know who the fuck the ultimate whisker is, but there is an elven faction I'm at war with somewhere. But they're not close by. Like the one that's right next to us, we're allied with, and I'm pretty sure that we became allied. There's 5,000 goblins there. Pretty sure we became allied with them after, because I actually looked at this faction at one point earlier, and they were neutral. So the nearest elves we are allied with. The goal of this fort is to take over this fort, but I can't dig. So my resources are very limited, and I can't go below ground, so my shelter is very limited. And this is an Untamed Wilds map, so this is gonna suck. Basically. You know, I'm gonna make a command, chat. And I'm just gonna call it !map. And whenever somebody asks that question, because I've answered it every 90 seconds for the last 15 minutes, just type in that. So just give me a second. I will set up a command here. Trying to think of the right wording here. All right, !map will now just plop the TLDR to that question. What is erosion, basically? Digging has been banned after the incident, yes. Just the giant mining laser from Deep Rock Galactic blasted a hole through the entire world, and then the dwarves that were marooned in the accident became feudal and forgot their technology, and ABC equals D. Y plus me. I can't help you if you do that, Necrontier. Can't help you. But yeah, I've played on major rivers before, but it's been a while since I've played on one. It has been a while. This is a willow tree. Let's just push that down. And let's also go and do something that I almost never do. Gonna do a dirt road right there. Gonna do a dirt road right there. Gonna do a dirt road right here. Gonna do a dirt road right there. What's it blocked by? Other road, maybe? Cancel that one. And let's do a dirt road all the way along here. All the way up to there, maybe. All the way to there. All the way to there. I almost never build dirt roads because I think they're really ugly. But I need to stop these trees from growing. So... actually, let's just cancel that. We'll get these logs removed and then we'll build that. But yeah, no, it is one heck of a map. I mean, I was actually pretty quick in finding a location to play in this time. Anybody who's watched my streams for a while, especially on New Fort days, you'll probably know that like I often spend a very long time starting or selecting a spot to settle in. This time, nah, I just kind of settled. Like we got started almost immediately. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do this, 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 this. Chop down that bayberry tree. Well, yeah, we'll chop it down. Chop down the bayberry tree. And then this is going to become the actual guild hall space. And I'm going to make it into a dining hall and put food in it. And then I'll get, well, then I'll get rid of that meeting area. So they'll just use this one instead. Learning about dirt roads. They do fall apart pretty often. They just look like this. They just look like somebody built floor and then removed it. It's a way to like stop trees from regrowing. I don't build them very often, once again, because I do just genuinely think they look really ugly. But they can be useful in a pinch if you need to stop trees from like making your walls climbable. Because trees are extremely easy to climb for anything. It's also way faster to build them than like stone roads, and they don't require any materials. So they're kind of a life hack in a way, I guess. So chat room, it's Friday. What's your plans for the weekend? You guys doing anything? Tomorrow there's a show in the evening that I want to go see. That's kind of it. Aside from that, I'm just going to be recording and editing the next video, which is a full read through of Boat Murdered, which there is a preview of if you subscribe to my blog for $3. It's a 10-minute preview, which is hidden somewhere in a sneaky place. But aside from that, just trucking away on that. And then I've got Some other projects planned after that, but that's the next thing. Potato Festival? Man, where's Potato King and Potato Godzilla and a devilish potato when you need them? Chilling with friends tomorrow? Sounds like a plan. I may also do a stream on my sneaky second channel this weekend, but we'll see. Highly depends on what ends up happening. Let's make some apple brewskis. Oh, cherry is what we started off with. Checks out, though. All the cherry trees that I've chopped down. Oh, did you request one and I completely missed it? Just yell at me. What would you like, Arch Susie? Just pick one. I super duper just didn't look at it. That is entirely on me. Job applications, fair. Making edibles? Ooh. I've got a lot of decarbed weed, but I haven't made edibles in a long time. You'd like a carpenter? So the options you have for dwarves are dwarves that haven't been named yet, which are either Adil, Momas, or Kib. I can't give you a carpenter because there isn't one. I would give you a carpenter, but I can't. They might end up a carpenter. Yeah, I'm not doing an abridged version, though. I'm literally reading the whole thing. Pixel data bit. Which is why it's going to be like 3 hours long. Probably longer, actually. You'll be the peasant, then? Filthy. Well, I mean, they are making a dirt road, so they're probably... I mean, they are a dabbling carpenter. Susie! Arch Susie over here. Razor seizures? What a last name, man. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Tends to avoid crowds and generally acts impartially. Is rarely moved to mercy and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She tends to hang on to grievances and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and she works to square's natural tendency with her respect and martial prowess. She is curious and eager to learn, and she's not particularly curious about, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. And she talks very loudly when she is exasperated. She personally has abandoned any attempt of self-control and finds the whole concept deeply offensive. Thinks the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy. And why is this such a common fact amongst this faction? She thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and sees competition as reasonably important. Is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. This entire faction is just, like, anti-intellectual. We've got a faction of Twitter posters. She likes Lemonite. Oh, sorry. She likes Ilmenite, lead. Yeah, right. Anti-intellectual, eh? Lavender jade, mountain goat hoof, steelhead trout, sheep wool, floodgates, figurines, and cavies for their adorable call. The words of the lyrical fragrance and the sound of the bronze diamond, and when possible, prefers to consume beetroot wine and pig's milk and flax flour, and absolutely hates toads. What, the stupid swamp of stumps? For anybody who missed the fortress creation, this fortress is called Chopsick, and our site government is called the stupid swamp of stumps, and we're in a swamp. No book! Book illegal. Book bad. We must throw the book into the river. What do you think, chat? Side goal? Throw as many books into the river as possible. A swamp. Even, if you will. Book make necromance. Book very bad. True. That is a fact, though. Librarian group that collects books from visitors to throw away. Yes. Yes. Who needs books? Who needs readings? Someone who needs some cheap entertainment? I mean, some of the cheapest entertainment for, like, value for money terms in the modern era is, like, just buying a used book. Annoyed at the lack of chairs, afraid after experiencing trauma, wants to attend a meeting. You know, honestly, I don't blame you, Dwarf, but could you please chop down those trees? Thanks. Like, I hear you. You are seen, but could you please? Thank you. If you... Would you kindly? Cost per time for you? Yeah. I mean, I'm cheating because most effective cost for money for me would be Dwarf Fortress purely because, like, I make a living playing this game. But if I'm not counting Dwarf Fortress, most recently it's probably Tricky Madness, but that's just because I'm a crazy person who really likes arcadey snowboarding games. Used paperback is like $5. Good for a few hours of reading and repeatable at reasonable intervals. No, absolutely. I mean, my copy of Stephen King's Firestarter, which I'm almost finished with, finally, is, it cost me $2.50 technically, but I actually got it for free because the store that I bought it from, I do trade-in stuff with them all the time. I think it's time to slaughter some goats because my goats are growing up. And let's just slaughter 2. Do that. You know, I didn't mean to, like, make this super lopsided. That was completely unintentional. Let's fix this. I'm not usually, like, I need to make things symmetrical person, but, like, this just looks bad. Like, genuinely, that just looks bad. And then up here, that's not the task I wanted to do. Let's do these. Makes you want to play SSX Tricky? It runs great in Dolphin. Like, seriously. Has anybody here played the game Dungeon Mans? Because Dungeon Mans has a mechanic in it where... Dungeon Mans has a mechanic in it where... if you have a low intel... Well, you have 2 options when you find a book. You can read it and gain intelligence, or you can eat it and gain strength. And consuming books is one of the best ways to gain a lot of strength really quickly. So, you know, fun game. Time to show Riders Republic. If it wasn't an always online games as a service, I would absolutely play the shit out of Riders Republic. At least I think it's an always online game as a service. If it's not, please correct me. But I'm pretty sure it is. It's a Ubisoft game after all? Oh yeah. No, I mean, it's the same reason that I'm, like, bummed out by the existence of, what's it called? Steep. Because Steep is another game where, in theory, I should be way fucking into it, but I'm just not. Hobo, how are you? Strength. Yes. You must provide proof of strength. to show your legitimacy to the Academy of Heroes. Doing good? Good to hear, man. Good to hear. I'm going to throw out a reminder real quick, but this isn't a requirement of anybody. Today, Twitch has a deal where this strange individual named Valorant, whoever that is, will gift a minimum of 1 additional subs if you gift a pack of 5 subscriptions or more. So every 5 equals a chance for this individual to throw out a additional sub. Well, not chance, a guaranteed additional sub, but a maximum of 50. And I'm going to match a maximum of 50 today. Either when we hit 50, that Valorant is gifted, or when the stream ends. Whatever the number's at. Although I'll probably round up to the nearest 5. So shoutouts to our Auntie Valerie for the lovely piles of gift subs. Hobo, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Means a lot, man. Then I can go up to here and do this. I need 15. Alder it is. I've never heard of that, but that sounds like a thing that existed maybe, but I've never heard of it. So I'm going to make, no, not a pen pasture. I'm going to make this into a dining hall. I just have to click the right button. Nobody's going to be assigned to it, obviously, but it is going to be set as the Windy Woods, which is the name of my Rangers Guild. I'm also going to go to you and make totems on repeat again. I'm going to go to... Actually, can I make... Bone. Could just make bone crafts. Yeah, we'll just make bone crafts. And then, get me a boyer. Oh, boyer. And the last thing I need to do is a smelter. And now these dwarves can finally begin to vent out their horrible life experiences. This fortress started off, Hobo, with some dragon crimes. Sorry, that username's really funny. The last one that Valley chucked the sub at, that's really funny. The fortress today started off with me immediately going from 7 dwarves to 4 dwarves because 2 giant alligators just fucking murdered everybody. Like, it kind of... This fortress started off pretty rough. And then we got a migrant wave. Thanks for 41 Ryu. All right, so I'm just gonna go down here and make a food stockpile for prepared meals and drink. And we're gonna set this as a take items from here. Stockpile, just start moving food. And then you are going to melt all of this from here. You're right. I don't think you can make a wooden statue, though. That would be such a waste. Those 4 are still super angry? Only 2 of them are still super angry. We had 3 super angry. So 2 of them have gotten slightly less angry. Not by much, though. You know, I'm actually going to cut this room in half. I'm going to make it 2 dining halls. I'm going to make the other one into a temple. I'm not going to waste my petrified wood on that, so no. I have to wait until I have glass. But I literally have 1 piece of petrified wood left, so I'm saving that. Oh shit, we're in an ad break. I thought it hadn't started yet. What? You have a magpie and a hedgehog, and it doesn't show up in the pasture screen to let you, because they are vermin size. You could make a terrarium out of glass and put them in that, and then put them on a pedestal. It's like you don't really like vermin-sized creatures, which like pop into existence and pop out of existence in the visual playfield like this. Like this is a vermin, this tick, which these geese are searching for to eat. That's what feeds them. You don't actually need to worry about that. Also, we have cherry wine and apple cider. Cherry wine and apple cider. You know, honestly, we're probably gonna have some pretty good drink variety on this fort. Also, that's a goat fat barrel. You know, I should have made some ash so I could make some soap. You could also dump them into a pit. Well, no, you can't. Not a hedgehog. A giant hedgehog you could. Also pear cider. Ooh. No, they do cook goat fat if you tell them to, though. There you go. Devoted mortal. Meditating on minerals. And is getting yelled at by an unhappy citizen. What a way to start the day. You know what, chat room? We're at 35 Valorant subscriptions tossed so far. I'm thinking about just throwing out the 35. And then if the number goes up to 50, I'll throw out an additional 20 at the end of the stream. Or it's not 20, 15. So I'm just going to do that. Whoa! Lateran, thank you very much for the 10-pack with the 2 bonus. I'm going to do this anonymously, because if I do it anonymously, then it could count towards a hype train. Specific number. There you go. Although I don't get the Valorant bonus subs, it seems. Sag. Probably because it's me. There's probably some rule about that. Regardless, though, that's a big-ass hype train. Have fun, chat. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. We're almost done melting all this stuff down. I think I will make another wood furnace, which I'm just gonna make out of bismuth for right now. I'm just gonna make some ash. Also, let's just set up a manager don't have anybody with any managerial skills. Moreb, you hate your life. You can be a manager. Let's just go Ash. Make Ash. Like Neo from the Matrix? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Damn right you are, sir. For better or for worse. Got dwarves over here doing that. Okay, let's do wooden cups. Also just making all them bones into things. Let's also do bone bolts. And I'm going to make a wooden crossbow. What do you want to name? Orange? Juice? To level that hype train up, it needs 6 subscriptions, which means that you need somebody to chuck out a 5-pack or $28 in bits. Do you have a kitchen and you're just not seeing it? I have 7 dwarves. Kitchen's not a humongous priority. Jacku, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. In order to get the bonus subs, you do have to give 5 at a time. But thank you very much for moving up the hype train. That extra one was Twitch being funny? Oh, that sucks. But dwarf, but Steve would be funny. So do you want me to name a dwarf Steve? Orange juice? Also, Walker Local, what's up? I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're asking for. Okay, so you want me to name a dwarf Steve. Let's name this dwarf Steve then. I don't really understand the relation to alligators, but he's in a constant state of internal rage and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He tends to think before acting, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he has an active sense of humor. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and prefers to present himself modestly. He does not go out of his way to help others, and is quick to form negative views about things. And he can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Oh, Steve Irwin. I was thinking Steve from Minecraft, but it needs shows what year it is, I suppose. Personally views decorum and dignity personally values dignity, decorum, and proper behavior. Doesn't care about nature one way or another. Not a very good Steve Irwin. And doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. I loved that dude when I was a little kid. He likes ash glaze, brass jelly, opal, and polar bear bone. You are on the wrong half of the planet, mate. Diamonds, warhammers, and bucklers, and puzzle boxes, and the sound of the bronze diamond and the sight of the petals of caverding, and when possible prefers to consume sunshine, and hates large roaches. The anti-Steve Irwin? Yeah. So currently, Hype Train needs 17 subscriptions to level up, which means minimum of 15 gifts or $81 in bits. Regardless, thank you so much for the Hype Trains, guys. Appreciate you. Consume sunshine? Yep, it's made out of sunberries. It's only found in good biomes that are of elvish origin. So, or I know usually can be traded for from elves. I want to catch those wild boars. So I'm going to make the world's most sketchiest bridge. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make the world's most sketchiest bridge. We're going to just use willow logs. And when it gets to there, I will put in a bunch of cage traps. And then go all the way to the end. Level 10 such hype. Yeah. Number go up. I mean, it is a sale day. You gotta celebrate the sale days, right? Okay, let's also set this as a metal bars stockpile, just so that I know what I have. I'm like, is there a photosynthesis mod? I mean, there's plants. All right. You also make cherry blocks. Let's get 2 of these going. I also need a bookkeeper. Let's make my broker into the bookkeeper. And then let's go over to here and continue with this. $66 total subscriptions, chat. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. You got like 4 hours of sleep and you have cleaning left to do? Yeah, I know the same feeling. I mean, I've got so much stuff I've got to do this weekend because it's a short weekend for me. Because or rather, short weekend to be productive, not a short weekend in total. Dwarf wants to fight and be violent. This is my hunter dwarf who, good luck. You better be brave. They do have bolts. And they have a willow crossbow. And they have a quiver. And if they get in trouble, well. He's over the ocean. Oh, well, there you go. I hope he's good at swimming. Or flapping very hard. So once we have access to the other side, 2 things are going to start to happen. One, my hunter is going to actually start hunting, which means my hunter is probably going to go die. The other thing that's going to happen is... I need to chop these trees down. The other thing that's going to happen is the wild boar are going to start pathing from the other side to this side. So I'm going to need to put cage traps over here. So I think I'm going to just deconstruct this one because I think this one is more important. And I'm only going to have 1 cage trap. Is this a river ravine? It's a major river. The exclamation point map explains that because I've had to answer that like 24 times since starting the stream today. Apparently, not a lot of people who play this game know that major rivers exist, which is kind of surprising to me, actually. Because they're one of my favorite, like, features of rivers. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's been like 20 minutes since the last time I had to answer that question, which means it's been a minute. Instead of lava, we have rivers because we're the good guys. Well, the last fort was most certainly the bad guys. I don't know. These dwarves seem kind of dumb. Like, literally. Like, they seem very... Like, they all tend to, like... Or rather, I've seen 2 dwarves out of 7, so that's certainly, like... Yeah. He personally thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy. And does not care about the truth. That seems to be a common trait amongst these dwarves, actually, which is a little bit odd. And not something you see much. Into the greatest... I mean, sure. Dumb but moldable into the greatest heroes. I don't know if I can confirm that. We'll have to wait and see, certainly. Let's go over here and plug it. Okay, well, I just haven't deconstructed that yet. Too much building, Gerb. This officially looks like the sketchiest thing I've built in this fortress. I'm not sure where that came, but where that's related to just strict anti-intellectual? What? Sorry, I don't understand your specific, like, touch points for references later on. I have no idea what that has to do with somebody being dumb. That is a terrifying set of stairs. Yep. It's like, probably, it's pretty normal if, like, you live in Montreal, I guess. So the, true story. First time I stayed in Montreal, the area of town that I stayed in was, like, in a Airbnb that we rented, and it was, like, across from us was an alleyway on a steep hill, and there was a construction site that was, like, at least 3 stories down. Just like a hole in the ground. And right next door to it was another house that had a spiral cast iron staircase going up 4 stories to the top floor of that building right over top of that hole. And the railing was like maybe like waist high. And I just look at that like that's not okay. Like that is absolutely not okay. And it was one of those construction sites where it looks like they kind of started like maybe a couple years ago and they just stopped. Safety? What that? That don't exist. Don't be silly. So yeah, I know I was kind of sketched up at this. Ah, okay. Yeah, once again, 0 point of reference for me. Stand by my statement. I need a bridge. Yikes, okay. Let's do it this way. OSHA? What that? I thought they Control-Alt deleted, or Control-F deleted more like OSHA. Well, thanks for tuning in today, CCJ. You can make green glass mechanisms, right? No, it's oh shit. I think dwarves just have oh shit. What causes the open space thing to happen when you dig down? Or textureless areas at the bottom of a river that just says river? The textureless area at the bottom of the river is the bottom of a river. It just doesn't have a texture. That's why it's textureless. Open space means that there's nothing there. So this is an open space because there's nothing there. The bottom of this is a river. It's a cliff. It's implying that it's open space. So you have to, if you remove the wall and the floor, it becomes an open space. They really should put textures on the bottom. I think there's a mod that puts textures on the bottom of a river. Did I load up on green to the BC strike? What, weed? I don't, you know, yes, I smoke weed. I don't think I smoke as much weed as people think I do. But like now, I've got like an ounce or something in my cupboard that I've been slowly working through. I probably got about half an ounce of it left. I bought an ounce at the beginning of the year. So no, don't really care. It's not a huge deal for me. Like, I easily have enough to get me through the rest of the year. Like he says, you can make trap components with green glass, so I think you can. Yeah, let me just double check. I want to say I've made green glass mechanisms. Nope. All right, well, it's Edge. Every time I think I'm getting a leg up on this game, it takes away all of my hope. Yeah, I don't live that life. Femme fatale. I don't live that life. I used to. I used to smoke a lot more, but even like when I was at like my peak weed intake, I still probably drank less than people, or not drank, smoked less than people thought. At least people on the internet think, because I used a vape most of the time, a dry vape. So the amount of weed I would actually go through in a month was a fraction of it. There was a point there where I was smoking quite a bit, and I kind of just started to hate it because I started coughing. Not a fan. Whereas with like the vape, it doesn't have that effect on me. It doesn't make me cough. That's one of the big bad letters, right? Oi. Bay. You got a volcano vape? That thing's not actually that efficient. I mean, I don't like just sitting around and talking about weed because it's like, you know, not legal everywhere, but I had a volcano and I sold it. It was like a neat kind of novelty thing, but I don't use enough to care. For me, it's like I can go like 2 months without. So it's either I'm at a concert or I'm depressed and need a pick-me-up. That's one of the two reasons I will pick up the vape and hit it. Steve is hungry. Weed. I just like little handheld ones. Like I use an X-Max. I'm trying to think of the actual like number. I want to say it was V2 Pro was the version I use. And it's like the size of a Sharpie. It's basically just a battery with a tiny oven on top. And when I use it, I fire it through water so I cool it down. Like I don't even notice I'm hitting something until I exhale and I see it. And like I use maybe a fifth of the amount of weed that I would roll in a joint. And it is more effective. I also keep pre-rolls of, they look like cigarettes around. They're like 0.3 gram joints. And I keep those around for shows. So if I go to a concert, I'll bring 2 or 3 of those. But I buy them because they're cheap and you get a lot of them. You get a pack of 20 for like 35 bucks. Not even. Hear all about the edibles. I just make edibles when I want edibles. So every now and again I'll buy edibles if they're like on sale, but to avoid having to drink alcohol. You know, I'm not judging you because I've been there, and in some ways I'm often there. But man, that is such an admission. I smoked so I don't have to drink. Like, I get it. Life's fun sometimes, eh? I'm just going around hacking down all the cherry trees because now I've committed to this color for this floor for this one section. Okay, so I bet you that these giant wild boars just want to get to the other side of the map. So I'm going to give them a bridge. Well, I'll tell you this. I think with everything, it's like a give and take. Yeah, big, giant wild boars. and I want to train them. I think with everything, it's a give and take. So for me, like, the benefit of smoking is it's more effective than any antidepressant I've ever been put on, because depressants up me, not down me. So I have very negative effects from antidepressants. This weed, like, it hurts my memory, and I don't dream anymore. So like, I don't sleep as well, but I actually sleep more. I just don't sleep as well. But like, I do kind of credit weed with saving my life, low-key. Not to get too personal or dark, but like, it is one of those, if I need it, I really need it, and the side effects of it are less bad than alternatives that would be prescribed by a doctor for similar symptoms. And that's basically it. Funny, Enyaq. Fave giant animal? As in, like, my favorite giant animal or my favorite giant animal sprite? I think that... okay. Giant... I think it's giant little penguins. Let me look this up, actually. See if the wiki loads or if it's still super slow. Yes, the front page is still 404ing. Wow, actually, is it fully 404ing? It might be fully 404ing. DF Wiki's been fucked recently. That's the plan. Is to put cage traps around the bridge. Giant little. Penguins. The wiki's taking forever to load. Oh. Anyway, I like giant penguins because I think they look really funny. It's probably my favorite giant. I had giant, giant crabs, like giant ocean crabs. Can wield weapons, which is pretty amazing, actually. Anything interesting happen? Things have been a little bit quiet. I'm slowly building a bridge across with a singular cage trap, and I'm going to try and get a second cage trap in there. So I'm going to move one of these over there. And, actually, let's not move this one. Let's keep that one. Let's move this one so I can put a door there. But I'm going to install a second cage trap so I can try and catch some giant wild boar that have wandered into the map on the other end. Giant owls are pretty amazing, too, because they always have their wings up, so they just look really funny. If you go to my fortress, or look at the VODs from my fortress Waterlungs, you'll see why you don't actually want that. They're born at full size, so they can't be fully tamed. At least I don't think. And they breed constantly, and they have, like, triplets and sextuplets constantly. And because they pull levers and can equip items and open doors that are locked, the second they start losing their training, it's fucking pandemonium. It's absolute fucking pandemonium. Are you on a cliff? Yes. I mean, I'm in an apartment, but the dwarves are on a cliff. At least the dining room is great. Okay. You took a 3-hour nap? A bit of a 3-hour nap. Well, the population's back up to 7, so I'm not sure when you left, but Initially, the population dropped a whole bunch. Now it's slowly but surely recovering. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. I'm also waiting for that to happen. I mean, I think it's practically inevitable, right? Kylon? I think it's practically inevitable. I might build railings on this bridge, but that would be a lot of logs I'd have to use. But I could, and probably should, build railings. What got the dwarves? We started the fortress, and I named 2 dwarves, and then immediately we went from 7 dwarves to 4 dwarves because 2 giant alligators climbed out of the water and murked 2 of our dwarves because our wagon was parked right next to that little waterfall just up there, and they were like right next to my wagon. No digging. Yes. Exclamation point goal if you want some more information. Is there a way to get rid of nobles? Why do you want to get rid of your nobles? Nobles are like the most important members of your fortress, and they drastically improve the happiness of your fortress. And you could just not accept barony when they arrive. If they make annoying demands, you could just ignore them and not set up a captain of the guard. Or just simply schedule 3 of the item that they want. And you'll never have a problem. Seth Rogen. You guys are... Okay, so I don't have any male dwarves to be named. I've got 1 dwarf and it's a lady. You guys. I can't in plays. Thank you very much for the 12 months. Appreciate you, man. That's a whole year. Holy shit. That is a whole year. Sad about the name, but if you insist. She exhibits a refined politeness and determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette and decorum, as if life itself depended on it. She is given to rough and tumble brawling, even to the point of starting fights for no reason. She is very trusting, and she is swayed by emotional appeals. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she has a sense of duty, though she still views loyalty in a dim light, at least in the abstract. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She is quite ambitious, and she interrupts others during conversations when she is exasperated. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Views loyalty unfavorably and values sacrifice and dislikes cooperation. She likes rutile, zinc, and red zircon, as well as sheep's wool. She is bald, yeah. Seth is short for Elizabeth. Sure. They're trying to make an all-bald fortress. I mean, just lock their door and they'll starve to death, Jose. When possible, she prefers to consume giant tree frog and blueberry wine and absolutely hates slugs. She's very fat and her hair is clean shaven. She's a novice armor user and wants to fight. She's also my Marksdorf. Yeah, it's really funny. It seems to just be a faction trait, which, like, faction traits are a thing and they happen, but That's just odd. It's impossible to have a dwarf that doesn't need alcohol to get through the working day. Otherwise, it's undead. That's the only situation where a dwarf wouldn't need alcohol to get through the working day. You keep dreaming you have an assignment next day and you didn't know about it? Oh, that sucks. I don't get dreams about school. I do get dreams about my old job, though. And people I used to know. Well, you know, like humans are... I always explain it like this, or think about it like this. Dwarves are 70% booze. Humans are 70% water. You could put that dwarf into a squad, Jose, the noble that you're trying to get rid of, and send them to go invade something by themselves. Or conquer something by themselves. Then they'll go away. You got your percentages all wrong. I mean, I try to be 70% coffee. It doesn't work. It just ends with me being rather dehydrated. That's all, really. Where you're suddenly flashing on. You know, yeah. I kind of wish that we could do, like, rope railings or something. Because that would really give, like, that kind of rickety bridge vibes, but... Oh, well. It's fine as it is, I think. That would be kind of nifty, though, if we could do that. What in the heck? Saved an email about a game that I'm suddenly gonna go look up. I'm not positive it's been announced, so I'm actually like looking it up specifically to check. Because I want to be like, huh? That's wild. No, it has. Hooded Horse is publishing a Heroes of Might and Magic game? What the shit? That's bizarre. Okay. Really falling on hard times, Ubi. You really are. Actually, looks pretty nice. Looks pretty nice. Like, just pretty looking sprite work. That's it, if anybody wants to see it. Yeah, it's Hooded Horse and Yubi, which is odd. But like I just got an email about that from Hooded Horse and I was like, what the heck, really? That's weird. I guess I'm just gonna make a glass furnace down here. Make it out of copper. Let's also make a ashery. This is such a all over the place fort. And a soap maker's shop. And I'm just going to say make lye. Make soap from tallow. I have a feeling the reason Yubi's name is on it is probably because they are literally, like, doing nothing. They're just there to, like, get a paycheck, if I were to bet, because Yubi is not exactly in the good money spots as of late. And in case you didn't know, they not doing so hot. Turns out making the same game over and over eventually gives you an unexpected result of people stop buying it. Strange, I know. It's wild to think about, but... They disabled those economy features. No, they disabled the economy features because, just like in real life, tariffs slow things down and make things more complicated. Except in Dwarf Fortress, it literally slowed the frame rate down. Like, could you imagine if in order to get food, your dwarf had to go to the dwarf whose job it was to distribute the coins and get a coin and then go get food? This included for, like, clothing, right? So, like, everything they had to do was, like, go to person whom give them coin, get coin, go to place, buy thing. Because the dwarves would set the prices for things, the price would fluctuate based on supply. So if you had too much of something, eventually you would just end up with, like, an inflated economy. Save the frames. Can building destroyers take down walls? Not yet. They will supposedly be able to do that at some point soon, TM, but not yet. We got plenty of booze. Nope, there are no unnamed dwarves. I have, like, some goats. But that's all I got right now. It is early spring, which means we should get another migrant wave soon-ish. Maybe? Either this month or next month, or next season. How did we build underneath? I built stairs, 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 stairs. We started up here, and I literally did this. I clicked build stairs, click, 1, 2, done. That's how I built down. They built the stairs, and then I built a little platform around it and built over the wall, and working on it. You can do that on air? As long as there's something supporting it from the top, yeah. I'm gonna start making some little dwarf houses. There we go. Step 1. Also need to hack down that tree that's... Well, actually, how about instead of doing this here, Wait until all of our other unrelated constructions are done. Well, maybe not all of them. I'm going to go over here, and we're going to build that out here. So let's just go walls. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. And that. That block's going to be hard to get to. So to fix that, I will deconstruct this, and I'll place a floor piece there. Same with right up here. And then that will allow me to be able to deconstruct those spots and then get around it. And you realized you've played Dwarf Fortress for 100 hours and you realized you know nothing about this game? What was the key thing that made you realize you know nothing about it? The beauty of this game is I have tens of thousands of hours and I still discover things I realized I didn't know. I realize I didn't know. $340,000 and I don't know shit either. Yeah, exactly. Look like castle in the toilets in the past. I mean, I could totally just like put a well in one of these. Like I could make a well by doing that basically, or like putting one like right here. Which personally I think would be really funny, but Maraki, hello. It's good to see you. Down that well if you make it. I mean, it's like I said earlier, it's literally just a matter of time. It's gonna happen. 'Tis literally just a matter of time. We're also gonna have to, or rather, I'm planning to go down here and start fishing. We also could very easily generate a lot of power down there. So pumping water is gonna be a very viable strategy in this fort. Especially because these are gonna be like little stacked up houses. Just gonna let's use a different material for stairs, actually, so that I'm not just going through all the cherry. Let's go like, ooh. Let's use applewood stairs. These streams is finding new things out, like major river factoid. I'm like that. This one's like that one's surprising me. How many people didn't like? I know I've talked to people in the past who don't like large rivers because they're often on heavy aquifers, which honestly, like that's a fair reason to dislike large rivers. I'm just amazed by how many people genuinely didn't know about large rivers. Fun fact, I'm at the nearest Elvish civilization, which is probably the first one I'm going to run into. My faction is actually allied with, so that's not going to be a problem for a while, but it'll be a problem eventually, probably. But at least initially, I don't think we have much to worry about there. Yeah, and then you would probably never have a large river. Tax evasion. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I genuinely believe that if you refuse to settle on an aquifer in Dwarf Fortress, you are missing out on a huge portion of the game's flexibility and mechanics and creativity. It is one of the most interesting mechanics the game has. Is it a pain in the dick initially? Yeah, absolutely. And I will absolutely agree with people who can say that they can be annoying, especially if you're trying to get like lava to the surface or something. But like the amount of options they give you is like definitely worth the struggle. If you read the title, I'm not allowed to dig, so that is going to be a natural conclusion of this fort. Patio on YouTube chat. I think heavy aquifers can also be amazing in moderation. Like, I like a map that is like a split between a heavy and light aquifer. I think those are quite fun. But I'm not a huge fan of like settling entirely on a heavy aquifer. That can be a bit much. Is that a goat in a tree? Yes. It's a baby goat in a tree. I should probably actually like make stairs up and into these trees. Just in case, like, you know, something like this happens. Until I get hungry. Grunt superhero. I mean, how long have I been going? What, 6 hours? Yeah, a bit longer. It's not going to be a super long stream today, though. Commemorate the dead? Like this. We'll figure it out when I have a better solution. Tomb cabins. Honestly, I'm more worried about housing. How is Dorf's today? Fine. Zemodir? How is Zemodir today? On top of the bridge. I mean, right now they're literally just like outside because I needed to put them somewhere, and I was like in a rush. Let's just do this. Door. You know what? Let's just make it a surprise me pack of whatever color of door. I don't really care too much. Over here can be a bedroom. Whoever's probably the expedition leader, actually. I think you're the most pissed off, aren't you? Yeah. Devoted mortal. Enjoy your new bedroom. And and enjoy it as it blows in the wind. Getting close. This is the same world as the last fort, as one of the factions that I attacked in the last fort. So this is the fortress right here on this large river. And this is the, what's it called? My previous fort. Mild fort. Exclamation point map, chat. Exclamation point map! Will I answer Narwhal Bert's question? Still trying to get motivated to get going? I getcha. How's Dwarfs today? Dwarfs are pretty good, except for the 3 that died immediately to a giant alligator. Aside from that, pretty good. No untamed animals attacking us just yet. Hopefully I can catch some giant wild boar, which is why I'm building this very, 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 very slow construction bridge over here. A very rickety, stickety, bridgety. Yeah, I had to answer that question like a dozen times in like 30 minutes and was like, you know what? We should just make a command for this. Speaking of things that I'm not going to make a command for, however, today and I guess until the end of the month or until the 1st of next month, but probably just today for me because I'm not sure if I'm going to stream this weekend. Probably won't, but I might. It depends on how much I get done. Twitch has a deal where if you gift 5 subscriptions, this weirdo named Valorant gifts out a subscription per 5 subscriptions that you gift. So if you gift 5, this person named Valorant will gift an additional one with the chance of gifting more than one additional one, with a maximum possible extra splattering of subs of 50. So I currently have matched 35, which means I have to match 5 more, but I will match up to the first 50 that this Valorant individual gifts in my chat. So everybody say thanks to Anti-Valley, and if you gift 5 subs, you get some extras thrown on top of it. And there's discounts right now. This is literally streamer begging for money. I don't do this very often, but yeah, it is what it is. I don't have commands in the YouTube chat. I'm not that high-tech on the YouTubes. You gotta come over to the Twitch for the high-tech command arenas. Shark Jumping Waters, thanks for the 5-pack! Appreciate you, mate. Jesus! Thanatos, thanks for the 5-pack. And then this can be given to somebody else. This can go to someone else who's pissed. Such as, Stormwolf. You have 3 Steamer bot accounts to manage all the chats? Yeah, no, I don't like night devs, so I'm good. Not a huge fan of the guy. I'm just super anal with how I run my chats. And if I'm not self-hosting it, I kind of don't want it. And I self-host my Twitch bot. I theoretically could, like, run it on my server and then have 2 installs and fire it over to the YouTube side, but I just need to sit down and do it, really. In order for the bonus subs to work, you do have to gift a minimum of 5, for clarity here. But thank you very much for the gift, Narwhalbert. Also, come on, I need some reasons for people to come over to the Twitch side of things. This is the half that I prioritize generally anyway. Where do you find coke and coal usually? By finding it. I don't actually know what layers it lives in. You either have it or you don't. I've also been doing this for a really long time, KeepsWorks. And I really, 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 really hate the automated solutions for bots like Moobot and that. I've been doing this long enough to like develop a dislike for some of that stuff. Some of its personal reasons, some of its, you know, other reasons. Yeah, not a fan. I'm good. But it's either lignite or bituminous coal are the 2 types of coal that you can find. Why would this be a metropolis? We have 7 dwarves. So you're 1. I'm in an ad break. I will pause. You've been watching my videos for a long time? Well, cheers, man. I've also been doing this a lot longer than the videos have existed, so starting to play from my guides. Cheers, man. Yeah, no, we abandoned the old fort yesterday. The VODs are up on the Twitch channel here, but not up on the YouTubes just yet. Oh, they'll be up by the end of the week, though. Or end of next week. How do you get medals and stuff if you can't dig? Beat the crap out of people wearing the medal and take it and melt it. Or trade for it, is how I get it. I know the YouTube chat already answered that, but I wanted to add in my 2 cents. That's the reason it's called a challenge. This is also a really fun one because it really, like... How do I put it? It really forces you to build and play the game very differently than I normally would. Like, normally I just kind of run on automatic a lot of the time. Like, I don't even really think about what I'm doing. I just kind of do it. But, like, in this particular style of fort, I really have to rethink how I normally play. Which is actually really interesting. Wait, you've been watching my YouTube videos for 11 plus years? Really? I haven't really been making YouTube videos for 11 plus years, if that's what you're saying. I mean, like... There was a few things I recorded on my phone on that YouTube channel a long time ago, but, like... I wouldn't even say I've been uploading YouTube videos that long. There we go. Oh, fair enough. I was like, wow, that's, huh. No, I've been streaming that long. I mean, there's like the odd VOD and stuff that would go up, but like the actual content on the YouTube channel has changed pretty dramatically a couple dozen times. It's weird, like when I first started streaming and making stuff on the internet, I always felt like I was very late to the party. Like, it was always like kind of something that I beat myself up over. It's like, man, why didn't I start doing this like 2 years earlier? Like, things wouldn't have been easier, but like some parts of getting into the industry would have been easier. And now I look back on it and I'm like, man, I was so fucking early. People call me old. You're a little intoxicated? Will remind you to drink some water. Exclamation point map will answer that question. Remurok. What's the funniest thing that's happened to a dwarf or a fort when you've been playing? There is like 275,386 answers to that question. That is an exaggeration, meant as like kind of a joke. I don't know, like necromancers summoning nightmares that kill them is really funny to me. Like being a necromancer and then just having a nightmare appear in front of you and then the nightmare that they made, killing them is very funny. Nightmares killing their masters is particularly funny. Funniest thing. Will I explore my forts in adventure mode? If it seems interesting, but adventure mode is something that I struggle to entertain people with on streams, so I do it when I feel like it. Have I? Yes. Will I do it again? Yes. Have I done it recently? No. How goes the fort? Everybody died right off the start. Maybe not everybody, but a lot of dwarves died. I'm currently in the process of building a very large bridge across the very large river to catch some giant pigs who are still here. They're all down here. I think they want to get across the river, so I'm building them a bridge. Complete with traps. Oh, no, totally. But funny things also usually end up lagging the game. I laughed pretty hard yesterday when I realized that there was an Elven Siege, a Goblin, and a Goblin Siege both arriving at the same time on the map and both arriving in a tile that had lava in it. That was pretty funny. That happened yesterday. Because, like, just suddenly, like, 400 entities were on fire. Frame rate went to 0 for a hot minute, but it was pretty funny. That's the only thing that's really popping into the mind right now. The thing is, like, funny things happen in Dwarf Fortress all the time. One of those entities was the computer? No, my computer, was running that fort at, like, an idle of, like, 48 degrees Celsius. So, like, I don't know. Certainly was not my computer. Maybe your computer, not mine. Mine has pretty sufficient cooling. And it doesn't stress my CPU that much. I mean, it fills it up, but it doesn't stress it. Still more space where that came from, generally. Werribee captain of the guard. Yeah, that's fair. Correct. Oh, the funniest thing that happened recently was this. Actually, I can go grab a screenshot of it. Because I screenshotted it because it made me laugh. The human child, Dengu Denkothakem, has come, a medium-sized creature prone to great ambition. That was the funniest thing that's happened recently. It's like, bah! A child! It's just never gets old. Truly never gets old. Watching the Bronze Colossus play basketball with a curled up kid for the rest of humanity is pretty funny. There's also probably a lot of things that happen in my forts where it's like chat probably thinks it's hysterical, but I don't. Like in Sunbirths when like I had that repeating spontaneous bleeding to death goo everywhere. That was just like murking every single dwarf every single time I tried to like do anything. That was exceptionally frustrating for me, but from what I could tell, chat thought it was the funniest thing since comedy was invented. So like there is like some of that where it's like it's hard for me to tell sometimes what's funny about this game because sometimes it's decidedly not funny for me because I'm the one who has to deal with the fuck, you know. The funniest thing since the French? Cognac? Getting close. That's taking forever, man. I would say it's a pain in real life, too. Last I checked, I think Julius Caesar was a human, Mystic, so that does check out. As I said, prone to great ambition, Julius Caesar vibes. I'm like, oh, well, I mean, was human. Let's check. He's dead. Yeah, they dressed him up nice in current days. Well, I mean, yes, he's dead, but that's why I said was, not is. This is often how I build little above ground forts like this. I build little towers like this. Usually do them like 3 or 4 stories tall. Yeah, also, anybody who thinks that this is, like, the sort of thing an elf would do in his heresy or some other dumb nonsense like that, you need to realize that, like, there ain't nothing more dwarfy than hacking down a tree and building something pretty out of it. Like, quite literally. Like, it's maybe the dwarfiest thing you could do. Speaking of things that are dwarfy, chat, currently, this individual named Valorant, whoever that is gifting extra subs for every 5 subs gifted. So if you gift 5 subscriptions in the chat or more, for every 5 you gift, Valorant will gift an extra subscription on top of that, with a chance for potentially more subscriptions on top of that. I am a dwarf and I hack it down a tree and buildy tree. Correct. QN Green Tea. It's got a ring to it, you know? No, Elvish cultural appropriation would just be drop all the tools on the ground and stand in a tree. And then wait for furniture to grow. Oh, trust me. It's expensive in Canada too, Hanyak. Like, a subscription is like $8 these days over here. Wish you had money to gift subs today. I'm giving the best sales pitch I can, mate. Don't do things you can't afford. Thanks for the 5-pack suited. Appreciate you. And I'm also matching the first 50 subscriptions that Valorant throws into the chat. It's currently at 44. I threw out 35 earlier, so whenever it hits 50, I will throw out another 15. Oh, you have your 1K badge turned on. Hey, mate, it didn't land on the right day. This will be going until the 1st, but I'm not entirely positive I will be able to stream again. I'm thinking about doing a stream over the weekend, but then I know like a lot of people won't be able to tune in anyway. Because I won't be streaming on Tuesday next week for various reasons. You missed 404? Better luck next time. Time to make a new account. Well, I mean, the Valorant sub wouldn't be found in that case if you did end up at 404 suited. All right, let's go along the back here. Part of the reason the fortress is so quiet, too, if anybody's wondering, is because of how few dwarves we have. Kenton wants any dwarf. Gotcha. I was trying to do that one layer up. But I literally can't do that, actually, because every single dwarf is named. So, would you like a goat? I could do a goat. I could do a table. Or, like, I could refund it. I could give you some, I don't know. You'll be a goat? Do you want to be a Billy or a nanny? It's such a silly question. Truly. Billy goat. I will try to remember to not butcher you. He is a complete scatterbrain, unable... He is a complete scatterbrain, unable to focus on a single matter for more than a passing moment. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He is swayed by emotional appeals, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He does not often feel lustful. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He tries to do things correctly each time. He tries to do things correctly each time. He's slow to trust others, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And you're a dwarf, because that's the culture you have, because you were born with the dwarves. No, I named a dwarf after the person from chat. Because that's what they requested. There's a joke in there somewhere. Honk. No, it's all good. I mean, you can name another dwarf when you get a dwarf. A breaker just popped? Uh-huh. What'd you do? Did you turn your Bitcoin miner on again? Speaking of Bitcoins, I very recently, not Bitcoins, but like Solana, I think actually. There was a person who was streaming and cashed out a bunch of stuff from a meme coin and then immediately got it stolen because the game that he was playing had a .bat file in it that just like scans your fucking web browser for crypto wallets, which is bonkers to me. And just sniped 30 grand out of his wallet. It's like, on one hand, really funny. On the other hand, really maddening and upsetting because apparently the guy's a cancer patient. So it's like a feel bad moment, but also it's a game that's available on Steam, which is fucked up. That's the part that really scares me because it's just like, wait, hold on a second. So you were able to put a game on Steam, release it, sell it to people, and then patch in a bat file that steals cryptocurrency? Holy shit. And the developer of the game is claiming they didn't do it. What was the name of the game? I have to look it up again because I looked it up and then immediately forgot what it was. I'm just grabbing the article. Bang. That's it if you want to see it. Well, you would say you didn't do it. I mean, we're like, yeah, no, we're looking into it. We didn't do it. It's like, uh-huh, sure you didn't. And apparently it's not the first time it's happened this year, so. Only one way to avoid any cryptocurrency be stolen from you? Don't have cryptocurrency? I find this stuff fascinating, but like the whole industry kind of freaks me out. It kind of is the closest thing to the Wild West that we have right now on the internet, I guess. It is scarier if the dev wasn't the one to do it, Duven. That is absolutely true. I still don't understand what or how Banana works. It's kind of wild to me. Although, to me, Banana is proof that you can literally emulate meme coins and cryptocurrency without using blockchain. You just need a database that's reliable. Like, it is kind of funny in that way. So our washer and dryer are now on the same breaker as our dehumidifier because... oh, it's on the same circuit as my gaming... Okay, hold on a second. Because we had to move our chest freezer because, oh, it's on the... I can't... For some reason, Twitch chat stops letting me scroll up after a while recently, and it kind of bugs me. I think it's my web browser being stupid, but... we're dryer and the breaker are the same as the dehumidifier because it needed to move because our chest freezer... because we need to move our chest freezer all... Oh, it's on the same circuit as my gaming computer. Oh, so my laptop... So you're on your laptop currently. The breaker popped when the dehumidifier got full and neither the washer or dryer were running. Oh! I think the technology is fascinating, but yeah, no, it's absolutely completely full of bullshit and problems, my reb. There's more than one small problem to it. Like, it's an unregulated stock market. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's like a simulation of why regulation is good, but it's also just kind of fascinating to watch it from a safe distance. Can you pierce the heavens in Dwarf Fort? No. Although Tarn has talked a couple of times about wanting to add the ability for us to mine clouds. So that we can get floating blocks and fly. Which is a fascinating idea, but pretty far away from the current level of development that the game's at. Let's go up to here. Those are all walls. So I can do this. Do that, that, that. Let's do that, 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 that. Over to there. And then I will, I think, do just a flat walkway out here. Next fortress, Cloud Bridge. I mean, that'll be cool. I mean, Torrens wanted to add flying fortresses for a really long time. So it's one of those things where that we'll probably get eventually. So let's see if this is in fact what those giant piggies wanted. The reason I've been building this is because there's no way across the river safely. And if the giant wild boars on the other side want into my fortress, they're going to have to go across this bridge. No, but like, there's a lot of things that need to be rewritten and changed about the game in order to get there, but we'll get there eventually. That's kind of the whole point of a lot of the rewrites that Putnam's been doing. Haha! Look at that! Unleash the herd! Maybe I should cancel these for now. Don't want to run into those head on. We're gonna need more traps, chat. I wonder how much meat one of these things has. They're burning the planet to cinders. That's not the only one doing that, but yeah. I think they're kind of adorable. Look at their cute faces. They just look a little grumpy. They're just big grumps. Come on, big grumps. I don't know. I need to find out. Metroid. Like, genuinely, I don't actually know. So you are a lady? And okay. Let's hope that this one gets caught in the second cage trap. Because if it does, then I'll get a breeding pair right off the bat. That's one. This better not be a gay pig. Perfect. Now we just need to wait until they leave. Hopefully they're not too attached to their friends there. I'm also going to go over here and just forbid all this wood. What you doing? Oh, you're loading a cage trap. How about no? Yeah, how about we don't do that? No, not cleaning. Rearming is what I want. Mouse Peter, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Although they are kind of running away in fear from the looks. Oh, Jesus, hello. How about I just do this? And then you're going hunting. Good luck, Seth. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers, please? We're getting very close to me throwing out the additional 15 gift subs into the chat. For every 5 subs you gift, Anti-Valorant will throw an additional sub, potentially. The copper bolt strikes it, but it glances away. Well, at least you get to go do the training. Imagine being this one dwarf who gets to just go do all of this by herself. I actually got one. Tore the fat. Look at that. We now have torn bacon. Pre-cut. Seriously injured. Well, not this time, unfortunately. All right, I can go over here. Whoa, Jesus Christ, there's so many. How are you doing today, Zalvi? You see, chat, you guys say giant boar, I say giant bacon. I'm also going to real quick... I think just make a... no, I'll just use a cage. Like a literal cage. There we go. That'll be fine. It's hammer time. I mean, I don't really have any weapons, so... I mean, that one that got injured definitely left the map. What happened to the gators? Yeah, they wandered away. Which means maybe I'll get more when the next round come in. I'm sorry. That's a piglet? It's a giant fucking piglet, man. Meanwhile, Seth over here is just like, I'ma get you! I'm here to shoot you with my bone bolts. God damn it. Dang damn it. You're also almost out of bone bolts. You better, like, get a headshot with that last one. Does bruise the guts, though. I think, you know, he's gonna go get more. It's a slow process of training. Let's go here. Pets and livestock. Oh, wow, I caught 3? Shit. Seth all like, here, piggy, 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 piggy. Just chases it away. The thing is, this is Untamed Wild, so I'm kind of playing with fire, but... It's the day of the great baconing, yeah. Mm-hmm. Most certainly. Now let's just go animals. Full cages. I'm allowed to do construction removal. That's the thing that I am allowed to do. So I do have one dwarf with a pick. I'm just not allowed to dig in the dirt. Because otherwise I would make this like a very, not impossible, but very difficult thing to attempt. Let's also go... Yeah, we'll just allow trap rearming. We'll just not allow it during sieges, because these giant boars don't seem to be aggro yet. Okay, so I've got several semi-wild ones. And because I don't trust them, I'm just going to put a cage right there. And I'm going to move all the semi-wild ones into that. We're in an ad break. No, I haven't. I could, though. Full Jaws. Somebody would need to like goats, though. It depends on the wild animals, Galdai. If more giant alligators show up, I'll be able to catch those and train those to fight. As for these wild boars, I'm not sure if they're war trainable or not. I don't think I've ever actually trained one, or if I have, it's been so long. I couldn't tell you. We'll find out in a couple minutes, though. Although I don't think so, based on what I've seen. At the very least, they will be good for food and leather. Like, we'll be wearing giant wild boar cloaks forever. I don't think so, though, because I know you can't war train normal wild boars. But we'll see. Piglet my arse? I mean... Piglet my pork! I like the direction they're choosing. I feel like I should take this dwarf off of hunting because they seem to be, like, scarring themselves pretty badly. I mean... Just look at this. That! Running away in fears. And then fell asleep. Great. Good on you. Well done. This is a very busy couple of minutes. Such as this. Honestly, probably more like what Galdai in YouTube chat says. It's going to be like Princess Mononoke with the boar skins. Although we now, the dwarves of the stupid swamp of stumps now know a few facts about wild boar training. Yay! You love the bridge? The very tiny bridge? So you're trying to load a cage trap with maybe the worst cage for it, but... I should really just put a wheelbarrow in this. I love the giant pig just running away in fear from the little dwarf. It's like, thank you, just keep backing up, and then I can cage trap you eventually. But, yeah, no, it doesn't look like I can war train them. Otherwise, they would have a worse training symbol there. So now you can just go get caught too. One of us. A treat to look at? Yeah, no, I think that they always end up looking really interesting after a while. I'm trying to think what was the last, like, fully above ground fort I did. Or, like, mostly above ground fort I did. Is this a carpal tunnel speedrun? You know, I've never actually had issues with carpal tunnel. I'm also not entirely sure why Dwarf Fortress would give you issues with carpal tunnel at this point. It's like, if you use a computer and click things, why would that specific... No, these are just giant wild boar. And this is a very brave dwarf shooting applewood bolts at it. Well, look, she's already adequate. Look at that. And a baby dwarf was born to Arch Susie. Well done. Brand new baby dwarf. No health problems, hey? Yet your body is cut open and dented. Bolt just flew across the river. Nice miss. Sneaking. Gotta get the redeem, ADJ. You wouldn't want to be dented. Neither would I. Only if you can get the rename redemption. Did you get it? I don't see it redeemed from you. I think it's still on cooldown, in fact. But if you get the redemption, sure. Does anybody still even need bedrooms? Very close to not needing any more. It's still cooling in the microwave, yeah. Next time on, is it okay to microwave this? Well, I mean, have you ever microwaved something that's just like actually too hot to eat? I know I have. Yeah, but that wasn't even a fully outdoor fort, though. I mean, that fort had large underground portions to it. But yeah, Starfield was definitely one of the longer running ones I did. I named a fortress Starfield when Starfield released so that, like, we could laugh about the fact that you can name it Fortress Starfield, and that's basically it. You don't use microwaves? I don't know. I do. Hey, Joker. How's things? Fortress attracted no migrants this season. Boo! It's on cooldown for everybody in regards to the naming. It's a global cooldown, just so people don't hog all the names. Why do I have to name it Sussy the Biologist? You know, like, I get the joke names, but sometimes I make people justify it. Your Neopets training paid off. It's not... That's funny. I can't think about Neopets now without thinking about that time that Voyboy got banned from Neopets for clicking too fast while streaming it. Fuck if I know. The Siege update ain't out. Genesee, I have absolutely no idea. You're asking me about an update that is not out that I haven't played. So, I don't know. Maybe. Well, Sussy to me just kind of sounds like you're naming this baby Pussy, which kind of sucks to me. So, like, this little baby boy. So I'm okay with naming it something, but like, let's like, you know, keep it within reason. That just doesn't sound like... We've got half the dwarves in the fort so far don't sound anything like things that would be named in a dwarven fort. Like, I'll name it whatever you want, and so if you want that, I'll do it. But that just means that eventually I'll start naming dwarves things that seem more believable in case this becomes a video. No, it isn't. No. So, I mean, how would I know? Trust me, if the Siege update was out, I'd probably be marathon streaming and canceling my plans. And then immediately be disappointed when it doesn't change anybody's wider interest in Dwarf Fort. I get the gist of it. Okay, I don't know what you guys are on about, but he could not care less about his appearance, talents, or other personal vanities, and cracks easily under pressure, and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel, and dislikes abstract discussions, and would much rather focus on practical examples. He isn't particularly ambitious, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is grateful when others help him out. On the rules of this fort, I'm not allowed to dig for any reason, period. He becomes very focused during conversation when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally somewhat values self-control and views loyalty unfavorably. No problem, ADJ. Although this one also views loyalty unfavorably, but isn't like anti-knowledge, which is kind of funny. Likes lignite and nickel silver. I'm sure he'll grow into that. Nickel silver and sheep's wool and gray langer parchment, as well as the color apple green. Neat. He likes training spears, armor, stand. Well, he's born here. Perfect. Cows for their haunting moos, and the words of lyrical fragrance, and the sight of the aquamarine of boulders, and prefers to consume giant skunk, potato plants, and the Raven beer, and quarry bush leaves, and hates jumping spiders. It's still wild burrs here. And I do have one that's tame because it's a piglet. So I may actually just eat its parents. Let's butcher one of these. I really want to know. I really want to know how much meat it has. And I'm going to give my bookkeeper an office. Which, okay, who's my bookkeeper currently? This is Zachris, right? Where is your bedroom? It's this. Yeah, let's just do that. And then I'll just stick a chair over there. I'm sorry, there's a giant wild boar right there, and that's freaking me out all of a sudden. Is that one of mine, or is that one of the ones I'm butchering? Probably, right? I hope. Yes. Whew. Not actually that much fat, all things considered. Only 20 meat? What a ripoff. What an absolute scandal. Fucking scams, man. As far as animals goes, this dwarf can be made available as a pet because you're named. I don't think butchering skill has anything to do with it. I just think they're probably not actually that big. Small giant wild boar, maybe. I got 2 of those out of it. I mean, like if they're, you know, the size of a small elephant, like that's still not nothing. Like that's a decent amount, but of stuff that we just got from that, but it's not great. It's not nothing, but it's not great, I guess. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make this into my offices back here. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. Doesn't really matter what material we use for this. And all this soap stuff is going to move. Oh, I need buckets, don't I? No, not 10. Let's just make 6. It is also possible it's poor butchering skill, but... Just reassign these. And then I have 1 baby giant wild boar, which... That is an oxymoron. Which is tame. So I'll actually release that one, and it can go hang out with my other livestock and make my pony very nervous. Right, hold on. Am I making beds on repeat or something silly? No. Okay. Hope they don't need stone. I'm currently keeping a couple boulders around just in case, but like, dwarves generally don't ask or need materials that we've never had. So I'm just gonna kind of cross my fingers and hope for good luck. Or cry when they go nuts. You know, it is what it is. We are completely against the use of pickaxes for anything other than deconstruction because we don't like knowledge and you can't change my mind about it. I'm stubborn and rarely change my mind during a debate, regardless of its merits, says the dwarf. All right, broker, you go there. And manager, you go there. That would be a very human-like tool. I don't think dwarves would need a shovel. Dwarves need pickaxes. Proper dwarfy tool. There we go. Now we're making lye. Although I do need to make a kitchen. It's gonna be a little silly looking, possibly. But I'm gonna make a second floor up here. Fill this up here and then put a kitchen up here. No, kobold use stick. Kobolds, I feel like would dig like those guys on those really schlocky content mill YouTube channels where they just dig holes and make a pool in the wilderness with sticks. I feel like that's like modern kobold technology. This group is either one of two things. They're either like a weird like surface cult. They're either a like peace attempt to keep the peace with the elves of this faction, or they're like, I don't know, like just fucking dwarven Luddites. I kind of like that the most, honestly. Like, I kind of love the idea of just like, yeah, these dwarves are just dumb. Or like, not just that they're just dumb, but like, they just aren't interested in your knowledge, you know? Or maybe like, at some point this faction dug too deeply and greedily, so these dwarves like just decided that that's like digging in general is how you like, you know, digging in general is how you dig too deep. So maybe they like just kind of presumed after that point that like if you dig, you'll eventually dig too deep. But you know, Regardless of if it's undwarfy or not, it'll be entertaining, so that's the actual intent here, is to just make it entertaining. I do actually really like this as like a theme for a fort, though, specifically because it kind of forces you to build really differently than you would normally. Certainly that too, yeah. It's a lot more colorful. It's a lot less gray. Oh, looks like I caught another baby one and another adult one. The nice thing about piglets is you can instantly tame them. So I actually have 2 baby wild boars now, but there's just too many tasks for everybody, so everybody's super busy. Here comes the first one. Look at that! He's 0 years old. I'm sure we have mines not in real life that would be too deep in the Dwarf Fortress world. Oh yeah, probably. I mean, I had no cave adaptation in my last fort. We just had a giant bridge that was above ground, which basically force-mandated dwarves to get fresh air pretty frequently. I love that the blood of the starting dwarves that died is still there. I just haven't cleaned it up yet. Okay, so let's go up to here. Just place a kitchen once all this is done. What, the previous fort burn? Yeah, I was really happy with it at the end. It's always nice to be, like, satisfied with the fort, too. I need to do that one first. Just, like, hanging out with a goat. What do you guys think? Me naming this goat. It's my goat pen. Throw another one over there. And over here, go the semi-wild ones. Hello, fellow goats. Bleat. It's a funny looking goat, you know? Updating stockpile records. Overcome with terror, hey? Have you managed to... Oh, shit! Oh, shit! She finally got one! It only took her, like, all summer. But she finally got one. And she's a master Marks dwarf now. How'd she kill it? She struck it in the head, which tore the muscle with a wooden bolt. I don't think you can milk wild boars, actually. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a giant wild boar's dead body. Dwarf's like kind of okay with all of the fighting that she's doing, but still gonna go attend a meeting. Okay, so up here is kitchen. It's almost fall, which means we should get trading again. Not with that attitude. All right, boss, I'll try harder. Okay, I'm going to, I think, moveth the wild boareth a little bit downeth hereth. I'm presuming they grow up pretty quickly. Sorry, that's just funny. It's just hanging out, you know. Okay, so you're just gonna start rendering fat, and then we can make soap. Because currently I don't have any tallow. Oi, get her. Kiddo, get back here. It's like chasing the dwarf with the baby. They're so big. Holy shit. We're gonna make goat soap. You could say that this soap is going to be the goat. God, that's funny. That is pretty funny. So currently, our friend Valorant here has gifted 45 subscriptions. For every 5 subs gifted here on Twitch, Valorant gifts an additional subscription with the addition of a chance to gift more. Currently, Valorant has gifted 45 subs in the chat today, which is a fuckload, and you guys have done a lot for me, so thank you very much, chat. However, I am matching the first 50 subs that Valorant gifts in my chat. So we're almost up to the maximum. I already gifted 35 earlier, and I will gift another 15 if Valorant gifts 5 more. You're listening on speakers while you go clean? Do what you gotta do. You won't be typing a lot. Gotcha. Enjoy your home clean time. I like cleaning. It's a good time. I'll get rid of this full because I don't really have any use for it. Okay, so you're making bow and bolts. And up here we're doing this. Let's just do lavish meals. And we'll just do 3. Let's do 10, and we'll just do them quarterly right now. Just so that they can get some meals up in here. Turns out these dwarves kind of, you know, need some food. You have to go clean for a while with me in the background. Cheers, mate. I usually put on a podcast when I clean. Podcast or a record. Although I kind of prefer doing it with records because, like, listening to records while cleaning forces me to take breaks from cleaning. Like, pretty frequently, even. Oh, yeah, no, that's a brand new feature that they just added that they announced, like, a year ago or something. Not everybody has it yet, though, so that's neat if I have it. And also, not everybody has access to it, even if the person has it. It's, like, in beta. Which is, like, actually a nifty feature. Like, being able to rewind the stream without making a clip is kind of neat. But it's also going to give us the YouTube problem of making it harder to know who's where in the stream, but that is what it is. And there's the piggies. That's going to become my breeding pair, probably. So I don't really have much intention of butchering them. What? Terrified while in conflict. Uh-oh. With what? Giant raven. Or are you witnessing the hunter over here doing some fighting? Everything is running around in terror. That's good. Don't I'm not agitated. I think I may actually take the dwarf off of hunting for a minute. Also is already a legendary Marksdwarf. Holy shit. That was fast. Yeah, I know what you mean. Is it only subs have access? Oh, okay. And also, I know that you need to have VODs enabled, or like the stream needs to have VODs enabled. We're just waiting for this ad to end. I mean, it is going to lead to a lot less unnecessary clips. That's kind of the main reason behind it. It's because you have turbo? Oh, that too. Yeah, I think you get it everywhere if you have turbo, and otherwise you'd get it if you're subscribed to the channel. Which actually makes sense, really. All right. This could get bad. I think it's time for us to get back to hacking. All those cherry trees down. Yeah, I think a priority for this particular fort is actually just going to be, like, get a bunch of Marksdwarves in a squad. Because if I don't do that, then we are going to run into problems where we're just going to start getting dive bombed by a bunch of different creatures and and there won't be much we can do about it. You finally simplified your cartoon style, and it's a blast to sketch fantasy characters for your campaigns. There you go. You know, something that I love about giant animals in Dwarf Fort is they move the same speed as the normal-sized animals, but it's not as jarring to see, like, a dog just, like, flying across the map, but when it's, like, a giant pig, it just looks so funny. It's, like, just it's just so amusing to just watch them run back and forth like that. It's just so amusing. Up here. Just going to make this a... Let's just make this a fat fish meat stockpile. Oh, cheese. Should probably throw cheese in there. You want to name one Hogzilla. Which one would you want to name Hogzilla? There's a boy and a girl. Well, actually, I named one of them Goat, in quotes, but, like, so do you want this to be Hogzilla? I could also rename Goat, if you like. I think this pig likes this dwarf, because he's just following him around. That or he's, like, really wants to yell at somebody in charge? I'm not sure. Just the way he's following him is kind of funny. Oh, no! Come back! Terrified while in conflict. What are you in conflict with? Unfortunately, I can't train them as for hunting, unless you're implying he's hunting my dwarf, which is just really funny. Hogzilla very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, is moved by art and is rarely moved by curiosity, and he feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and tends to be passive in discussions. He is stubborn and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Is slow to anger and is slow to trust others. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And that is all he has to say about himself, because he is a clumsy, tough, baby, wild, giant boar. Hello, Yeet Master 80. How's you? What the heck? No digging? Yep, no dig. Only Dorf. Looks like we have goat soap now. Hecka yeah. Yay! A caravan from Dwarven Comedy has arrived. And I am going to sell a giant wild piggy. And hopefully it doesn't get released or untrained at any point in here. Yes, this is in the same world as the previous fortress. What are you trying to redeem? Tarantos? I need gators to arrive for me to hunt them. I will gladly hunt the giant alligators, but I need them to come back. Currently it's giant ravens in the map, though. I mean, we just had several seasons of giant wild boars. Yeah, we're slowly going to build over top of it. Yeet Master. Let's just give you the one of the properly trained ones. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 you stay in there. I am your liaison from the dwarf houses. Let's discuss your situation, says Edtor. There's much to share. Information's been added to Civilization and World Info. I'm gonna ask for bars once again. Copper bars. I do really wonder what their... I do really wonder what the amount of stuff they brought was, and I'm also kind of curious about the value of these giant critters is. Metal bars. I'm just going to ask for copper bars. Just bring me copper. They want leather, water skins, and tools. They also wanted thread. But, like... Man, that's some expensive bayberry wood bolts. Those must have been, like... First off, they're masterwork, and they're probably, like, encrusted with stuff. I'm just going to send those. Also, those shoes. All the used clothing that was left after those first dwarves died. Cheers, Bert. Stream still going? Yep. What happened in, like, the last 4 hours? I have a goat who's tame. He's friendly. It's okay. And living in the petting zoo. We're getting to trade. One of my dwarves had a baby, and the starting dwarves are still pissed. And I'm selling trained giant wild boars. Or some trained giant wild boars. Actually, maybe I shouldn't sell this one. Let's put you... Okay, I'm changing my mind here. I'm gonna sell one of the lady-trained giant wild boars. And I'm gonna put... that one back over here. So that they make babies. It's a small goat. I know, right? Buddy. They move so fast, the dwarves have a hard time catching them, which is kind of funny. Okay. I guess those can't be decorated into anything. Cage. Giant wild boar cage. Nice. They really are kind of a, like, speedy little high-performance runners. Comfy with all of the wood? Yeah. We've got to hunt the... But yeah, YouTube chat really wants me to hunt the gators from the beginning, but they haven't come back in a while. Hopefully they'll come back now that the... Oh my god, that's heavy. Hopefully they'll come back now that the... Yay! Got some stone blocks. Hopefully they will come back now that the... And also a singular mudstone boulder. It's not what I wanted, but I'll take it. Oh, shit, they brought a water buffalo. I'll take that. Thank you. But yeah, hopefully they'll come back now that the ravens have left again. They may or may not, though. It's hard to say. I will buy that bronze buckler. Buy that mail shirt. I'm building this city on giant wild hogs. Do have several, like, quite a bit of money to spare here. I'm just gonna buy those bronze bolts. Try and trade? Nope. Okay, fine. I won't buy the bronze bolts then. How about the No, not gonna buy those copper. Those are very fancy copper bolts. No, thank you, actually. No book. Book for smarts. We know smart dwarf. If I buy some bags. Bags are kind of annoying to get. Fine. I'll play Dorothy. That's weights in pounds. It's weights in eurists, which is question mark in pounds. There's been a lot of debate over the years as to how much a Eurist unit actually is in our Earth units. But all I know for certain is it's not an Earth unit. Looks like we've got cheese there and a whole bunch of meats. Seems like we got asparagus, giant wild boar intestine, giant wild boar sweetbread, giant wild boar kidney. I hope you like giant wild bacon. We just can't determine what it is. Certainly. Most certainly. All right. These dwarves hate their lives and haven't had a break since we started. I kind of want this to be... Just make any blocks. I kind of want this to be a tavern because it just kind of looks like a tavern, but I need a roof on it. So I need a lot more blocks. I could also, like, put a tavern down here, which would save me from having to build as much. So I could just build, like, a square here and put the tavern down here. Giant boiled bacon sounds delicious. I could also be cheeky, which I think I will, and I will make this my inn tavern. Because these dwarfs need a fucking tavern. Weight and daggers? Totally. However much that is. And now they get to work. Yeah, I think down here would make for a good, like... area, I guess. Let's hack down that willow. Let's hack down that alder. Oopsies. We'll keep those bayberries and also move this to over here as well. So we can harvest them bayberries. Yeah, I also haven't had bacon in ages. Although that's partially just because I'm not super big on bacon in general. Not that I think bacon is bad, but like, it's just not my go-to. Because it's so bright. Turn down your monitor brightness? Suspicious salad? Suspicious salad is saying it always feels like midday in Dwarfort because the game is so bright. It's like, well, I don't know. There's a few mods that like change the open space to black and stuff that do lower the brightness, but you find it terrifying the Twitch chat and YouTube chat are out there somewhere lurking. Yeah, well, maybe they'll come back. I really hope they come back. That would be really funny. That would really be quite funny. I really hope we get some migrants this year, though. Just tons of cherry. Still just tons of cherry. Does anyone else have giant wild pork katsu? Oh yeah, I know giant wild pork katsu. I'm in actually. Okay, who put that blood there? Okay, you down here. Decorate with horn. Because I definitely have a lot of horns. And everybody's just exceptionally busy. Let's actually just pause maybe everything for a minute. And just put stuff away. And maybe also take a little bit of a break. So these dwarves have been here for a long time. So chat, I'm gonna throw out the last 10 pack of subscriptions. Because I'll be honest, I'm getting kind of hungry. I think it's time for me to wind it down for the day, potentially. I will try and do a stream tomorrow, potentially. Or the day after, one of the two. I just need to see what I can get done today. Because I do have a video that I need to get done. All that being said, though, we went from 7 dwarves to 4 dwarves to 8 dwarves. We've got some housing set up. And a very precarious little fort on the edge of a cliff. But we do have 2 tame giant wild boar. And hopefully soon we'll have some giant wild more. And there's giant ravens on the map, which is going to suck later down the line. And at some point we will also probably receive other things that, you know, we can train and tame in this new fortress going forward. There won't be a stream on Tuesday this week. That's something I should say. The reason there won't be a stream on Tuesday is because I will not be home. I am seeing Dragon Force the night before, and I need to get home after Dragon Force the next day, which requires me taking 3 hours of travel time. So I will not be streaming on Tuesday, but I will be streaming on Wednesday, Thursday, and probably Friday next week as well. So, before I go, there is one final thing I need to do, and that's get Granny Valley over here to fire out, or credit Granite Valley for the subs that have been gifted, because, well, unfortunately, mine don't count towards the sale, which is a shame, but it is what it is. Kerplunk. Oopsies. So I don't drain my PayPal, I'm actually going to use my credit card for this. And boom. Just waiting for it to process. And there you go. All right, YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thanks for spending time here. Thanks for watching the stream. And thanks for tuning in for the new Fort Day. As always, if you haven't, please go leave likes and views and stuff on other videos that I've made, because it really does help me out. Take care of yourselves, YouTube folks, and we'll see you when I see you.